Ignis holds a commanding 57% win rate in their head-to-head history. He's clearly accustomed to getting the better of Lancer, which is exactly how he started things today. Now we just have to see if Lancer can break this pattern. Lancer shows no fear, coming right through the high ground to even things up. It's a tough start for Lancer, but we're back to a dead heat. Lancer is putting on a real clinic right now, keeping the pressure high from that ramp. A huge mental shift for him after that loss here yesterday. We've got a total deadlock as Ignis and Lancer sit tight. He's comfortably maintaining his edge as the favorite here. Ignis is just a single step ahead right now. He's showing exactly the same dominance we saw in their last meeting. Unreal. He barely survives that brawl to keep his momentum going. Lancer's been having a tough stretch lately, having dropped his last 4. A hard-fought exchange ends with Lancer coming out on top to narrow the gap. He's certainly fighting through a tough run of results lately. What a scrap. Lancer manages to scrape through that encounter, dragging himself across the line with just a sliver of health. He is simply outclassing his opponent right now, moving into a commanding lead. He is just unstoppable right now, putting together another flawless delivery. Hard to believe he's the underdog in this setup. Ignis enters back, keeping things close as they head toward the break. A much needed stop to that slide. He's definitely feeling more confident as we approach the break. Lancer takes a 7-5 lead into the break. Well, this is a complete reversal of the expected script. He's shaking off a 4-game losing streak to put the favorite on his heels early. Absolute chaos there. He manages to claw his way out of that firefight with almost nothing left. He's certainly proving more resilient than the ranked 28th player right now. Lancer is truly rewriting the history books today, as he's fighting from a massive disadvantage in their all-time head-to-head record. It's a huge swing in confidence for the lower-ranked player. Now let's see if he can push this into a double-digit lead. Lancer is firmly in the driver's seat at 9-6. He's really turning things around compared to his 13-23 days so far. Ignis is showing some real grit here, putting up a fight to keep this close. He's not letting Lancer just walk away with this one. Lancer is still holding a healthy 3-round cushion. Lancer is really putting his recent struggles behind him. Lancer is really putting a chokehold on this match, leaving Ignis with very little room to breathe now. It's a complete flip from their most recent meeting on this terrain. A huge moment here, as Lancer secures his 3rd straight win, putting the match point in his hands. Lancer's just completely taken over the tempo here. Ignis comes through with a crisp headshot to keep his hopes alive. A perfectly timed response to stop the momentum from snowballing. What a finish. He closes the door with a lightning-fast shot to seal the deal. He's finally broken those shackles and claimed a huge victory on a map where he's usually struggled. Havoc had a sharp eye in that opener, quickly punishing Lancer for hanging out on the wine. Havoc really owns the historical matchup with a 71% win rate against Lancer. It's a huge gap in their head-to-head record, but we've already seen this series get off to an incredibly balanced start. The question is if the favorite can regain his usual control. Lancer has clawed back to a dead heat at 2 apiece. Looking at the raw numbers, he's certainly the more consistent player today. Havoc is really starting to put the pressure on here, putting together a nice little run of rounds. They are completely locked in at 3-all. Lancer is showing a lot of grit today after that tough loss earlier. Havoc edges ahead with a slim 4-3 lead. Coming into this, he's been in great form with 3 straight wins today. These two are just trading blows back and forth. Absolutely no one is letting the other get a lead. Havoc holds a narrow 1-round advantage at 5-4. That's exactly how we'd expect a top 12 talent to play. Lancer just shuts that down from the wine, keeping this match on a knife's edge. Havoc manages to reclaim a thin lead, 6-5. Lancer has had a rougher run overall today with that 14-23 record. We're sitting at a 6-all deadlock. Lancer is playing a much tighter game than the rank gap suggests. He is certainly keeping pace with the favorites so far. Fresh start for both players. Havoc pulls ahead by a single round now. He's certainly leaning on that positive momentum from his 22 wins today. Absolutely wild exchange there. Both players were shredded, but Lancer barely scrapes through to even a Lancer is really starting to build some speed here, taking control of the map from the wine. Unbelievable. He barely survives that exchange, showing massive composure to keep his run going. Havoc responds quickly to hold that slide, cutting the lead down to 1. Lancer had those rough results earlier today, but he's holding firm. Lancer has a real answer for everything tonight, quickly punishing Havoc for stepping onto the wine. Lancer is really making a statement here, quickly putting some breathing room between himself and Havoc. Havoc refuses to back down, clawing his way back into this game. That's definitely the grit we saw in his earlier match against Apex. He just completely shut the door on any hopes of a streak for Lancer. Lancer just put an end to that resistance, putting himself on the verge of a victory. A flawless shot there, and he refuses to go quietly in this series. What a response. He's now deadlocked with Lancer, forcing this series into a sudden death overtime. Lancer is showing some serious fight today, refusing to let Havoc close this out early. He's playing way above his expected level right now. He just keeps digging in, refusing to let Lancer pull away in this overtime clash. He's just completely untouchable right now, walking away from that exchange without losing a single point of health. Absolutely commanding. He's just completely taken over this overtime stretch. Lancer is struggling to find any answers for this specific playstyle. Lancer secures this one from the wine, staying alive to keep his hopes flickering. Lancer manages to drag himself out of that firefight and knocks Havoc off the Tetris. The momentum has shifted completely toward the underdog. Havoc takes the lead again, moving ahead 16-15. Havoc holds a 2-round cushion now. This is exactly the level of play we expected from a top-tier seed. Havoc stays in the driver's seat at 17-16. Lancer is definitely ignoring that early loss to Havoc on Dunes. Havoc extends his advantage to a 2-round lead. He's simply playing his game right now. Havoc is pulling away now. 3 rounds clear. He really had to dig deep to close that out in overtime, but the experience eventually showed a phenomenal effort from Lancer. What a fight. Havoc really owns this head-to-head, coming into the match with a substantial lead in their Lifetime series. It's a psychological edge that feels very real right now. We'll see if Ignis can break that cycle early on. Havoc maintains the upper hand, leading 2 rounds to 1. A solid response from the rank 23 player. Ignis is putting on a really strong surge here, shifting the energy completely in his favor. He just wipes him right off the Tetris to take a lead. 8 total reversal of the result we saw from their last encounter. He levels the score back up at 3-3, striking quickly from the Tetris. Coming in with that rating advantage, he's showing a lot of poise. Ignis is not letting him breathe. He just forced Havoc right off that Tetris to pull ahead. He's certainly holding his own against the favorite in this one. Unbelievable. Havoc clings to a tiny bit of health to secure the lead back from the Tetris. That top quartile experience is showing up in the clutch. Havoc just barely edges ahead with a 5-4 lead. Coming off a strong run of games today. A swift kill from below puts him firmly back in control with 3 straight. He's capitalizing on the momentum he's built all day. He secures another one from heaven to put his opponent in a deep hole before the break. He has really dominated the head-to-head matchups throughout their careers. It's 8-4 for Havoc heading into the break. Everything is playing out exactly how we predicted. The higher ranked player is just consistently outshooting his opponent right now. Time for Ignis to wake up. Havoc has been exceptionally sharp with a 23-12 record over the last day. But Ignis is proving he's not completely outmatched here. It will be interesting to see if he can maintain this pressure as he tries to close the gap. Havoc just puts a stop to that little rally from the top of heaven. Havoc has been absolutely lethal in his recent matchups today. Unbelievable. He claws back a huge round and survives on a mere sliver of health. That was a nail-biter, barely survived that exchange. Havoc is still comfortably in the driver's seat at 10-7. That head-to-head dominance really seems to be showing today. Ignis converts from the box, showing some real grit as he keeps this fight alive. He's showing he can definitely trade blows with the better ranked seed. He's just an arm's length away from sealing the deal now. He's looking very sharp, coming right off a gritty victory against Lancer. Ignis continues his climb back into this match, picking him right off the ramp. He's refusing to just fade away here. He just dismantles him off the ramp, proving his resolve to keep this fight alive. What a surge. He's now completely erased that deficit to tie things up at 11-all. Absolute chaos in this series. A complete reset of the board. Absolutely terrifying. He's just completely taken over this game and is now just one step away from the win. Absolute perfection to close it out. He completes the ultimate comeback to secure the series. He just refused to let the historical gap matter this time. That was a wild shift in momentum from start to finish. What a fight. Ignis historically dominates this matchup with a 57% success rate. Well, it makes sense why he is the favorite here. The real question is if Lancer can find a way to overturn that trend after his recent victory over Ignis. Lancer holds the lead, pushing his advantage to 2-1. The lower rated player is certainly taking control here. Lancer is absolutely on fire right now, putting together a huge 3-round run. Lancer is clearly defying the odds in this set. He's completely in command now, simply outclassing his opponent for a 4th straight tally. And he answers back. Ignis showing a lot of grit to shake off that losing streak. He's fighting to regain the momentum we expected from the favorite. Lancer has an all-time win rate of only 46%. That really puts his current form into perspective. He's playing with a high level of confidence despite being the lower rated player in this pairing. Now, let's see if he can push this lead even further. Lancer's just relentless, extending his gap to 6-3. Tough spot for Lancer, who's struggling at 13-23 today. The gap is starting to feel like a mountain for Ignis to climb from here. He's playing with a frightening amount of precision today. A 3rd straight point for Lancer as he keeps the pressure mounting. A strong performance for someone sitting at rank 28. Lancer goes into the break with a commanding 8-4 lead. I mean, this is a shock result. The lower ranked player is simply outperforming the favorite right now, leaving Ignis in a serious hole. Time to see if the trend holds. Lancer is practically untouchable, now sitting pretty at 9-4. Lancer seems to have a real handle on this set. Lancer is just cruising along with a 10-4 stranglehold. A complete shutdown of any hope for a rally as he cruises to another victory. It is starting to look like a repeat of their last encounter. He earns himself another point with a quick, clean take. Lancer has faced a tough stretch overall today. He's just 1 round away from securing the victory. This is essentially a complete flip of the expected script. Unreal, he claws back from the edge in a total firefight to keep his hopes alive. He's definitely found a way to trade shots in this series. He manages to find a 2nd consecutive point, delaying the inevitable just a bit longer. The momentum has completely shifted as he puts together a huge 3-round sequence. Lancer is finally feeling the pressure of this run. Ignis is absolutely taking over now, marking 4 straight wins to keep this fight alive. He's proving why the analysts had him as the stronger pick. What a way to close it out. Lancer shuts the door on this series with an absolute blur of a shot. He's making a real statement today, shaking off a rough start to his day with this huge result. Havoc gets the early lead here, catching Lancer right as he tried to hold the ramp. Havoc owns the head-to-head history with a dominant 71% win rate over his opponent. Well, it's interesting that Lancer seems to be narrowing the gap today. He's definitely playing with more confidence than we've seen in their previous encounters. Havoc is putting on a real clinic right now, just cleaning up from the ramp to extend his lead. The favorite is firmly in control right now. Lancer is fighting back hard, trailing by just 1. Tough fight, considering the gap in their current ladder standing. Havoc's now sitting pretty with a 2-round cushion. A huge brawl on the ramp, but Lancer manages to come out on top here. It's a massive difference in their individual ranks on the ladder. Lancer is on a roll right now, comfortably taking the lead after clearing Havoc off the ramp. Lancer is proving he can hang with the top 15. What a scramble! He barely keeps his head above water to keep this run going. His recent form is showing a lot of resilience today. Lancer just completely takes over, fighting his way through the ramp to secure another round. Unbelievable shot for the guy currently sitting outside the top 20. Unreal. He survives by a hair and just keeps this momentum moving forward. He's making a strong statement regardless of the rating difference. Lancer takes a 7-5 lead into the break. I mean, he's completely defying the odds here. It's a shocking start for Havoc, who usually has such a huge advantage in these pairings. Havoc needs a fast response here. Lancer is playing his best game of the day with a strong 8-5 lead. He's making the most of this server and keeping his composure despite that ranking gap. I wonder if he can actually carry this energy into a full victory. Havoc manages to pick him right off the ramp, putting a stop to that early momentum swing. The gap in skill level is starting to show. He's showing real grit here, making it 2 in a row as he continues to close the gap. The underdog is still firmly in the driver's seat. Absolutely effortless. He's now tripled his momentum and is charging back into this game. He's completely flipped the script on this half. He secures the equalizer from the boxes, bringing us dead even at 9-all. He's completely shut down the momentum shift. He's simply refusing to let up, extending his run to 5 consecutive rounds. The momentum has completely shifted back toward the high seed. Lancer answers back quickly to level things up. Lancer really isn't letting that previous 13-5 blowout get in his head. He holds his ground on the ramp to pull ahead once again. The superior ladder placement is starting to carve out a lead. Absolute perfection from Havoc to shut things down, putting him just 1 round away from victory. What a finish. He digs deep to secure the series and closes the door on this match. Lancer really pushed him to the limit, especially with those 2 narrow escapes he managed. He just couldn't close it out. What a fight. Havoc usually owns the matchup with a strong history of victories, but Ignis is coming off a fresh win against him from their most recent meeting. It will be interesting to see if that confidence sticks for the rest of the set. Ignis holds a tight 2-1 lead right now. That's exactly why the top quartile rank matters here. Unbelievable. Ignis manages to claw his way through that exchange, surviving by a mere thread. He's really putting on the pressure for the lower rated side today. Havoc finds a quick answer and secures the trade, putting him right back in the hunt. We are deadlocked at 3-all as we enter round 6. He's definitely finding some composure after that previous loss. Ignis is really making something of himself here, continuing his run with another clean finish from the red. Havoc has an impressive overall lead in their head-to-head history. I mean, it's really surprising to see him struggling to put a stop to this momentum. He just needs a single round to turn the tide of this set. Wow, that was a total war of attrition, and Ignis barely escapes alive with a tiny sliver of health left. That was a total shutdown. He's showing some real grit to keep this contest within reach. He's finally starting to look more like the favorite. Ignis is just cruising with a commanding 7-4 lead. He's really capitalizing on his favorable percentage on this specific layout. Ignis heads into the break with a surprising 8-4 lead. Honestly, we expected Havoc to run away with this, but the underdog is completely defying his rank right now. He's playing the map beautifully. Time to see a response from Havoc. Ignis is just dominating, now sitting at 9-4. He's certainly playing above that 20th place ranking right now. What an absolute scramble! He barely manages to survive that exchange with practically nothing left in the tank. Ignis is just Ignik. It's a tough afternoon for the number 12 seed. That was an incredibly fast exchange. Havoc had no time to even react to that flick. Havoc manages to hold the ramp and secure a round for himself, keeping his hopes alive. A glimpse of that usual 23-13 form showing up now. Havoc is starting to claw back into this, winning 2 straight to shrink the gap. His level of skill is simply beginning to show. He's completely taken control of the pace now, picking up a 3rd straight victory. He's essentially playing at his regular level now. Ignis shuts everything down and puts himself in a position to close this out right now. Game over. He wipes the field and secures a decisive 13-8 victory. He's just completely rewritten the script in this series, proving that the rankings don't mean a thing when he's clicking heads like that. What a scramble! Lancer claws out the victory in a complete shootout, surviving by a tiny margin. Ignis actually holds a significant career advantage with over 1,000 head-to-head wins. It's surprising to see him falling behind so quickly in this particular series. We have to wonder if the early momentum has shifted completely toward Lancer. Lancer is just dominating here, leading a commanding 3-1. He's definitely taken advantage of the gap in their most recent meetings. Ignis is looking much sharper now, taking control from the ramp to keep things tight. He's barely scratched the surface of that career lead. And just like that, Ignis ties it up at 3-all. Lancer has definitely struggled to close things out today. Lancer regains the lead, putting the tally at 4-3. He's holding his own against the favorite today. Ignis is clearly timing things perfectly right now, outplaying Lancer while he was tucked up on the ramp. Lancer completely reads the play there, picking Ignis right off the ramp. He's really turning the tide after those previous battles. We are deadlocked at 5 apiece for both players. Lancer is certainly putting up a fight despite the ranking disadvantage. Ignis edges ahead, now holding a slim 6-5 lead. The pressure is mounting for Lancer, who has had a tough run today. We're sitting at a 6-6 split going into the break. I mean, Ignis is certainly keeping things steady as the expected leader. Lancer is proving he can hang with the higher ranked player though. Fresh start for both of them. Lancer pulls ahead by 1, putting the pressure on. A very different result compared to his typical games against the underdog. Lancer is really finding his way now, making a play from the ramp to extend his current run. His recent record against the favorite has actually been quite strong. Lancer holds a narrow 8-7 advantage. Lancer's recent match against Havoc didn't go quite as smoothly. Unreal Ignis barely survives with a single hit point to even the score at 8-8. He's really capitalizing on that higher ladder placement now. He's on fire now, taking his third straight to move a step closer to the finish line. Lancer is already struggling with a 14-22 record today. Ignis is simply relentless, picking him right off the window to extend the run. He's looking much more confident now than he did in their last meet. He's totally unstoppable, picking up another easy kill from the ramp to maintain the flow. Absolutely overwhelming. He's just shifted the entire energy of this match, putting himself 1 kill away from victory. A huge reset for Lancer, who shuts him down right off the toolbox. Lancer just needs to keep this energy up if he's going to pull off the upset. Lancer refuses to go down without a fight, hammering home another win from the ramp. A gutsy effort to climb back into this game. He's putting on a show from the window, refusing to let the match end just yet. Lancer is truly fighting back against the odds today. What a finish. Ignis secures the final kill to claim the series. Lancer really pushed him to the limit today, but the experience finally showed in those final moments. He had to work for that. Havoc holds a staggering 71% win rate in their head-to-head history. He's clearly the more comfortable player in this specific rivalry. I think he's going to use that mental edge to keep Lancer off balance for a while. Havoc is cruising with a narrow 2-1 lead. Lancer is certainly feeling the weight of that 12-13 loss from earlier. Lancer is really struggling to find an opening here, while Havoc is just eating through the rounds. Absolute control from Havoc, who just tore through that encounter without taking a single point of damage. Lancer finds his footing and shuts the door from the box to tighten this series. Havoc has been considerably more active today with a 22-13 record over the last day. It's a stark contrast to Lancer, who is really struggling to find his footing right now. It'll be interesting to see if that energy gap keeps widening. Havoc is really pulling away now with a 6 free grip. The higher rating on the ladder seems to be paying off for him. These exchanges are happening so fast now. Lancer barely has time to react before Havoc shuts him down. Havoc is putting a serious chokehold on Lancer at 7-4. He's fighting for every point tonight. Havoc heads into the break with an 8-4 lead. The map is playing out exactly how he thought it would. That 3-round run earlier showed just how much more comfortable he is on this terrain. Time for a total reset. Lancer tried to play it high, but Havoc just read right through him and dealt with the elevation instantly. He's proving exactly why he's ranked higher on the ladder. Havoc is just dominating, stretching his lead to 9-5. Quick trade of momentum to keep the series interesting. Lancer close, one back, but it's still 9-6 for Havoc. He's really putting up a fight to keep this competitive. Lancer almost had a momentum shift going, but Havoc shuts that down immediately to stay in control. Lancer just can't find a way to hold his ground right now as Havoc continues to steamroll through this set. Unreal. Lancer barely scrapes by that exchange, surviving with a sliver of health after a chaotic trade. A massive heart-stopping save to keep the hope alive. Lancer is really starting to surge here, and he had no trouble picking Havoc right off the box. He just needs one more to wrap this whole thing up. His overall form today has been far more consistent. Lancer keeps the dream alive with a sharp reflex shot to push this back to 12-9. Lancer is refusing to go down, punishing the high ground to keep this series alive. He's proving he can handle the pressure today. And there it is. Havoc closes the door with a perfect shot to secure the victory. Lancer really pushed him to the limit in those final rounds, but the top-seeded player just wouldn't break. He had to earn every bit of that victory today. What a fight. Havoc holds a significant lead in their long-term head-to-head record. It's clear he has the historical edge, despite Ignis taking their most recent meeting. It will be interesting to see if this early momentum helps Havoc close the gap on the all-time tally. Havoc reads him perfectly, picking him off the ramp to take a 2-round lead. His current 23 and 13 run today shows exactly why he's the favorite. Ignis fights back to even things up at 2 apiece. Ignis is certainly proving he can handle the pressure today. Havoc really likes that Tetris spot, using the high ground to claw back into the lead. He's definitely playing like a top 12 ranked player right now. And just like that, Ignis forces a dead heat. It's really a toss-up today, despite that rank gap. Havoc pulls ahead, putting the tally at 4-3. That was a super fast exchange to end the round. Havoc has been on a real tear today with a 23-13 record over the last day. He's taking a lot of confidence into this specific series. He looks poised to put together a long run if he can keep this momentum going. Unreal, he barely hangs on with a sliver of health to tie this whole thing up. Ignis is simply on fire right now, shutting things down from the ramp to extend his streak. The momentum has shifted entirely in this series. We've got a 6-6 deadlock going into the break. Ignis is holding his own despite the rank difference. He looked shaky early on, but his 3-round burst of wins really leveled the playing field. Havoc barely edges it, holding a slim 1-round advantage. That was a much slower fight compared to the last few exchanges. Ignis manages to clear him off the ramp to pull back into a tie. A real battle of wills between these two right now. Havoc just reclaimed control with an 8-7 lead. A really quick reaction here, showing off that high skill ceiling. Ignis manages to use that height advantage to his benefit, and he's now looking like the man to beat here. Ignis surges ahead, now leading 9-8. The underdog is really putting a statement on his opponent right now. And we are back to a total stalemate at 9-all. Neither of them has managed to pull away since the half. Ignis just shut him down right there on the Tetris, and now he's looking very strong heading into the final stretch. All, and this absolute nail-biter continues. He is really fighting to reclaim that historical dominance. Absolutely breathtaking. He manages to outlast his rival from the ramp by the skin of his teeth. The number 12 seed is looking very comfortable with a narrow lead. He just completely erased that deficit in a blink, putting him right back in the driver's seat. That was an incredibly sharp kill to bring the match level. Flawless exchange for Havoc, putting him just 1 round away from victory. He's really leaning into that favorite status in the closing stretch. What a save. Ignis finds the equalizer and pushes this battle straight into overtime. A real battle of nerves as we enter extra time. Havoc secures that lead by shutting things down from the Tetris. He's proving that his overall experience in these duels really counts. Havoc is really piling on the pressure now, making these exchanges look effortless. A very steady display from the top quartile talent. Ignis refuses to let this slide, keeping the pressure high as we move deeper into these extra rounds. He's showing exactly how he managed the narrow victory in their last clash. Havoc comes out on top of a tight trade, putting him 1 round away from the victory. His head-to-head history with the opponent usually gives him a mental edge. What a finish. Havoc secures the final kill to close out the series. He really had to dig deep to get this done in overtime, especially since Ignis had been so scrappy all set. He truly earned that victory. What a fight. Ignis holds a commanding historical edge with a 57% win rate over Lancer. It's clear that the mental advantage is already playing a role here. Now the real test is seeing if Lancer can find any answers. Quick reaction from Ignis to clear him of the wine and extend this lead. Lancer responds with a sharp burst to get back into this, refusing to let the gap widen. The pressure is definitely shifting back toward the favorite. Lancer is showing some serious grit here, closing the gap to just 1 round. What a scramble. Lancer claws back a huge amount of health to even things up. He's barely hanging on, but it's enough to reset the board. absolutely unstoppable right now. He's completely taken control of the match. The favorite is looking completely rattled by this shift in momentum. Ignis answers back immediately to bring us completely level. The gap in the rankings usually tells a different story. He's refusing to back down, putting the pressure right back on Ignis. He's really stepping up to the occasion today. A deadlock. Ignis and Lancer are neck and neck. Lancer is really struggling to find his footing today. Lancer continues his charge, proving he can handle the heat as we head toward the break. Just needs a few more clean frames to seal a huge upset. We're all squared up at 6-6 heading into the break. I mean, Ignis entered as the heavy favorite, but he hasn't been able to pull away yet. Both players look sharp on Italy right now. Time to see who blinks first. Lancer secures another quick one, proving he's completely unshakable right now. The underdog is really starting to seize this match. Unreal. That was an absolute slugfest, and he just barely edges out the victory. Lancer has a lot of ground to make up after those tough losses earlier. Ignis finally pulls ahead by 1 to make it 8-7. What a scramble. Lancer manages to survive a frantic exchange to bring the score back to a dead heat. Absolute chaos in the server. Both players are barely clinging to life. Complete shutout for Lancer, who is steadily regaining his lead here. A surprisingly tight battle for a pair with such a rating gap. We are locked in a dead heat at 9 apiece. He is really fighting to snap a tough run of forms today. Ignis is really leaning into this momentum, catching Lancer right off the wine. A rough stretch for the man at rank 29 right now. He's completely taken over now, putting a massive dent in Lancer's confidence with that streak. He's really feeling the weight of that 13-23 day. He is simply too fast right now, closing in on a dominant victory after that blood-soaked duel. Game over. He puts on a show to close it out and secure the victory. He just couldn't keep that early momentum going. That blistering pace in the closing frames really sealed the deal. Havoc has dominated this rivalry, winning 71% of their matches. Those historical numbers are reflecting the reality on the ground. It makes a lot of sense given the gap between them in our ratings. We have to see if Lancer can actually shake this spell. Havoc is just one step ahead at 2-1. Lancer had a rough run of games leading into this series. Lancer is suddenly looking very comfortable out there, quickly erasing that early deficit. There's a surprising turnaround given how poorly Lancer has played today. Havoc pulls back the lead, sitting atop at 3-2. Lancer had a really tough run of games leading into this. Lancer claws back to bring us all square. He's really fighting through a tough stretch, given that recent 0-4 run. Havoc keeps the upper hand, finding the opening from the ramp to maintain that slim lead. Havoc has really been leaning into his 22-13 run from the last 24 hours. And you can tell he's carrying that confidence into these exchanges. It'll be tough for Lancer to disrupt this momentum if the pace stays this high. What a scramble. Both players were trading heavy damage, but he managed to scrape by to even things up. Havoc edges back in front, holding a tight 6-5 lead. The gap between their rankings is definitely showing here. Havoc goes into the break with a 7-5 lead. I mean, everything is lining up with the pre-match predictions so far. Lancer is keeping the score respectable, but Havoc is firmly in the driver's seat. Sides switch. Let's get back. Havoc regains the advantage, now leading 7-6. He's really showing a lot of grit given his recent form. And just like that, Lancer forces a deadlock at 7 apiece. 2 quick kills in a row to get things balanced. Lancer was starting to make a push, but Havoc just shut that down immediately. Both of them are putting up a really strong fight today. Lancer keeps it locked. We're deadlocked at 8 apiece. Everything is wide open for the number 29 seed. Absolute madness. He somehow walks away from that carnage with almost nothing left in the tank. Simply clutched to secure the lead with a sliver of health. Complete shutdown of that momentum. And now he's taken full control of the map. He's really playing the spoiler role today after a rough few matches. Lancer is simply not missing, moving into a 3-round lead after another flawless exchange. Havoc refuses to back down, finally cutting into that lead. It's a huge test of resolve for the lower-seeded competitor right now. He's refusing to let this game slip away, putting up another effortless win to close the gap. Absolute dominance from Havoc to bring this series all the way back to a deadlock. Goodness, they both almost went down. He barely clings to life to extend his streak and put himself one away from victory. Unbelievable. What a way to close it out, securing the victory after such a gritty comeback. He really put the pressure on early and never let up. Lancer fought tooth and nail here, but he just couldn't close that final gap. What a fight. Ignis claims the first round by taking an early advantage from the boxes. Havoc really punished that movement, catching Ignis right as he pushed up the ramp. His 80% win rate over the last 10 is definitely showing. Havoc is putting on some serious pressure early on, utilizing that ramp for a quick cleanup. The search continues as he manages another quick shutdown to extend the lead. He's showing why he enters this one as the favorite. He is just completely taking over now, finding another kill from the boxes to put his opponent in a deep hole. A crisp response from Ignis to get back in this, keeping his composure to chip away at the gap. A frantic exchange of fire here, but he outlasts his opponent to keep the comeback alive. The gap between these two is much narrower than expected. What a turn of events. Ignis has completely erased that early deficit to bring us level. The underdogs are refusing to back down from this fight. Havoc secures the edge by picking the opponent off the ramp. He's already claiming the head-to-head advantage in their overall history. Havoc is really starting to pull away here, catching Ignis right as he stepped onto the ramp. Ignis stays sharp, delivering another effortless shot to keep this challenge alive. We've got a 6-6 deadlock heading into the break. I mean, the underdog is holding his own perfectly here. Havoc usually owns the head-to-head, but Ignis is proving he can trade blows with the best today. Time for a fresh start. Flawless read as he drags Havoc right off the ramp to take the lead. The pressure is mounting on the favorite as he slips further back. Another quick one for Ignis, showing some serious grit as he builds a 2-round cushion. The momentum has completely shifted since the half. Havoc manages to secure this one, holding his ground on the ramp to hold the streak. His high rating should be kicking in at this point. Ignis holds that ramp with absolute tenacity to maintain his lead. His current form matches the confidence we're seeing in this set. He catches Havoc right off the ramp to keep this momentum swinging in his favor. He is really defying every projection we had for this series. Both players traded heavy shots, but Ignis outlasted him to keep this charge going. The gap in the ladder is starting to look irrelevant right now. Absolutely ruthless, he puts the pressure on with another win and moves within a single round of victory. Unbelievable, he closes out the series with a stunning rally to secure the victory. He just completely dominated the final stretch to get his revenge after that last encounter on AIM map. Ignis carries a massive historical advantage here, winning 57% of their previous encounters. It makes this early lead surprising, given that he's already taking a match of Lancer today. We'll see if he can keep that streak alive. Lancer had the faster reaction there, picking Ignis right off the box. He really needed that result after those last few defeats. And just like that, we're deadlocked at 2 apiece. Lancer has really been struggling to close things out lately. Unreal. They both traded heavy damage, but Lancer manages to scrap his way through that exchange. A massive contrast to his recent struggles on the ladder. Lancer is firmly in control with a 4-2 lead. Lancer is really defying the odds in this set. What an absolute brawl! Both of them were practically dead, but Ignis manages to barely scrape through the encounter. Lancer is really fighting a steep climb today after a tough run of games. Lancer has been in a rough stretch, coming in with a 13-23 record over the last day. But he's managing to completely flip the script on the favorited Ignis today. It'll be interesting to see if he can maintain this pace through the half. Lancer extends his grip, now leading 6-4. A solid performance so far from the 29th ranked player. Lancer is putting some serious pressure on here, quickly moving toward a double-digit lead. Lancer holds a surprising 8-4 lead heading into the break, while everything about the pre-match data suggested Ignis would outclass him here. This is turning into a huge shock for the higher-ranked player. Ignis needs to find some answers now. Ignis finally strikes back, trimming Lancer's cushion to 8-5. The top 20 should be able to keep this momentum rolling. He just doesn't let up now, completely erasing the pressure and continuing his surge. The pressure is really starting to mount for the lower ranked side. Lancer still holds a comfortable 3-round edge. Lancer is really shaking off those previous losses in a hurry. He's refusing to let this match slide, clawing back another round to narrow that gap. The higher seed is finally starting to find some footing. He's purely relentless, claiming another one from the box to bring the score to 8-9. He just denies the high ground and completely erases that early deficit to force a deadlock. A messy firefight that sees the advantage shift back to the challenger. Lancer just keeps his composure in these high-stakes moments. Absolutely gutsy fighting from Ignis to pull this one out and force a complete deadlock. The tension is peaking with everything completely squared up. Good grief, he barely clings to life with just 3 HP after that absolute war of attrition. Absolute chaos in that exchange, but he just won't go down. The momentum is shifting back and forth so quickly. It's basically a coin toss at this point. We're looking at a complete deadlock between the two players. What a climb! Ignis has totally flipped the script and is now just one step away from victory. A clutch response from Lancer to knock him off the box and force a dead heat. It's a tight battle for the 19th seed right now. What a scrap! Ignis survives an absolute war of attrition to secure a 13-12 lead. Lancer needs a huge response to stop the top 20 seed here. Lancer has a real taste for this now, completely erasing that match point scare to force the series into extra time. What a heart-stopping survival. He was practically out of the fight but manages to pull through with only 2 HP remaining. Absolute carnage in that exchange, but Ignis guts out a win to move within a single round of victory. He's practically living on the edge of a health bar tonight. What a finish! He shuts the door with a perfect shot to seal the match. He really had to sweat it out in overtime, but that's another victory for the top seed. He just refused to stay down. Hard-fought win. Havoc has historically dominated this matchup, taking over 70% of their head-to-head encounters. That massive edge in confidence usually translates into a faster start, which we're seeing right now. It'll be interesting to see if Lancer can find a way to break that cycle today. Lancer's now surged ahead 2-1 after a crazy half. The number 30 spot is really showing up right now. What a fight. He barely scrapes through that exchange to even the series at 2-2. Lancer has really been fighting an uphill battle with his recent form. Havoc claws back the lead to sit at 3-2. Lancer is really struggling to find any answers today. Lancer puts the pressure back on with a clean read on the Tetris, bringing us right back to a dead heat. Lancer really needs these moments to offset that rough 13-23 run today. Havoc keeps the momentum, pushing it to 4-3. He's certainly playing like the top 12 seed right now. Lancer strikes back. We're completely tied up at 4-all. It's a huge shift from how their previous encounter ended. Lancer is really starting to move the needle here, and he completely shut down the Tetris angle. Lancer is absolutely taking over the map now with 3 straight wins. A complete reversal from the 13-11 result in their last pairing. Havok secures this one, narrowing the gap just before the break. He's looking very steady despite that recent loss to Ignis. We're all tied up at 6-6 heading into the switch. I mean, Havok was expected to put some distance between himself and Lancer here, but it's turned into a total deadlock. He'll need a stronger second half to prove he's the superior seed. Lancer edges ahead, now leading 7-6. Lancer is definitely proving that the ladder rankings are irrelevant today. Lancer is really defying the odds here, especially since Havok entered this series as the clear favorite. He's managed to flip the script completely. Now the pressure is on Havok to prove that his higher rating actually matters. Both players were trading heavy damage, but Lancer somehow survived that chaos to maintain his grip on the match. He's just completely untouchable right now. Goodness, he barely stayed on his feet. That was an absolute brawl to get a round back. A gritty way to get back on the board. He's completely shutting the door on a Lancer run, keeping the pressure high with another flawless sequence. He's simply not missing. Putting the pressure back on Lancer with a 3rd straight win. His high seed is starting to look like a reality now. Lancer answers back quickly to reclaim a 2-round cushion. A shaky 10-game stretch for Lancer, but he's fighting through it. He secures another round from the ramp, continuing this impressive climb back into the match. A huge play there to keep things within striking distance. Lancer keeps his cool in the exchange and just needs one more round to end it. Lancer is really making his mark tonight. Havok refuses to go quietly, picking up a huge round from the Tetris to keep the dream alive. Unbelievable. Havok is completely refusing to break, leveling the playing field just as this fight reaches its peak. Absolutely relentless. He finishes another clean exchange to put himself just one step away from victory. He is just completely locked in right now. Lancer's answer has completely dried up, and that marks another clean sweep for the charging Havok. The higher seed is officially taking control. Total turnaround from the high seed, who is now just one step away from finishing this. Purely surgical throughout that entire sequence. Unbelievable, he survives a desperate scrap to seal the victory and complete this incredible combo. Lancer put up a hell of a fight and almost pulled off the unthinkable, but the experience really showed out in those final moments. He had to work for that. Havoc gets the better angle from the ramp to open up the series. Havoc usually has the edge in their history together with a win rate of about 58%, but he's coming off a tough loss to Ignis in their most recent head-to-head. It'll be interesting to see if he can flip the script today. Havoc is looking sharp, taking control of the map from that wine box position. The number 12 rated man is definitely feeling confident early on. Unbelievable. He survives with a sliver of health to shut down that ramp play. He's certainly finding his feet after that loss on red line. He's just too fast right now, shutting down any hope of a comeback from the ramp. This is exactly how he played in his recent 16-12 victory over Lancer. Ignis claims the window and puts up a fight, cutting the lead down to 2. He's fighting back to prove he can handle the pressure. Havoc just shuts that window down quickly and keeps the pressure on. Ignis strikes back, picking him off the ramp to close the gap to 3-5. He's showing why the oddsmakers gave the edge to Havoc tonight. He holds that ramp beautifully to keep the momentum swinging in his favor. Quickest round of the match so far. Havoc is playing it safe, using those planks to maintain his lead as we head toward the half. His 22-14 record today shows why he's such a threat. Ignis has managed a really strong 70% win rate over his last 10 matches, but he's just not finding a way to crack this defense. Havoc is comfortably in control of the pace here. Havoc takes an 8-4 lead into the break. Well, the favorite is doing exactly what he needs to do right now. He's looking much stronger than the 18-man as we head into the second half. Ignis needs to spark something quickly. Havoc is just dominating, pushing his lead to 9. The gap in their ladder rankings is really showing itself. Havoc is just cruising along with a commanding 10-4 lead. He's proving his historical edge in this specific pairing. And he's back in the driver's seat, stopping the momentum swing in its tracks. The top quartile talent is on full display right now. Ignis cleans him off the ramp, clawing back another round. He's proving that the gap in their ratings is narrower than it looks. He secures a clean kill from the ramp to move within striking distance of victory. He's looking more like the favorite with every exchange. What a finish! Havoc closes out the server by dropping him right off the ramp. He really put on a clinic here. Total control from start to finish for that top 12 talent. Ignis has been the stronger side in this rivalry, winning nearly 60% of their encounters. Lancer has really struggled recently with a tough slide in his last few series. It'll be a steep climb for him to turn this around. Lancer is hanging tough, but Ignis holds the lead. The gap between them on the ladder is quite significant. Ignis is really putting the pressure on here, making it difficult for Lancer to find any footing early on. Ignis is staring down a narrow 3-2 advantage. A hard-fought battle for someone currently sitting at rank 30. Ignis keeps building momentum, now pulling ahead 4-2. Lancer's tough afternoon continues after that rough 13-23 run. Ignis is coming in with very strong 70% win rate over his last 10 outings. It's a stark contrast to Lancer, who has really struggled to find any consistency lately. We have to see if Lancer can find a way to break this slide. The momentum has shifted entirely as he closes out another high damage exchange. It's been a long day for him after that rough run. He's just untouchable right now, picking up another easy victory to extend that lead. He's completely dominating this series right now. What a scramble! He nearly went down there, but barely secures his 5th straight victory. Absolute chaos in that trade, but he manages to claw out a victory just before the break. That's another nail-biter decided by the smallest of margins. Ignis holds a commanding 9-3 lead heading into the break. I mean, it's exactly what we expected to see from the top-rated player here. He's simply outclassing Lancer in every trade. Time for a change of scenery. Lancer fights back, cutting the deficit to 9-4. He really needs to find a spark to close that gap. Ignis hits double digits, leaving Lancer far behind. He's really showing that gap in ranking right now. Lancer really tried to put up a fight, but Ignis is just too fast for him today. A really rough set of results for his opponent lately. That was effortless. He's now just one step away from finishing this map. The favorite is simply too consistent this afternoon. Lancer gets a clean look at the target here, barely taking any damage himself. He just needed a moment to breathe and found a way through. He's staying aggressive and keeps the momentum on his side with another win. Lancer is definitely starting to settle into the server. Lancer isn't letting up a bit, strolling to another clean victory. The favorite is looking a bit rattled after those 3 quick losses. What a final shot. Ignis shuts the door right now to secure the victory. He's continuing to dominate this head-to-head, showing exactly why he's the superior player in this matchup. Havoc has an incredible historical advantage, winning over 70% of their head-to-head encounters. And we saw that dominance a few minutes ago when Havoc took their last meeting. It will be interesting to see if Lancer can keep that early pressure going. Lancer is fighting back, trailing by just 1 now. The number 12 seed is certainly playing like the favorite here. Heavy exchange, but he secures the kill from the ramp to keep this streak alive. He's really leaning into the experience gap here. Absolute perfection from that side. He's just totally in control of this map right now. He just keeps pushing forward, taking Lancer right off the ramp for another round. Wow, he barely clings to life after a brutal trade-off to shut Lancer down on the ramp. We'll take a quick breather here on red line, but don't go anywhere for more Havoc versus Lancer. And we are back live on red line with Havoc leading Lancer 6-1. He secures another kill from the ramp, extending that streak to 7. Things are looking grim for Lancer, given how he struggled in his last few games. Finally, Lancer manages to outduel his opponent from the ramp to get back on the board. He's certainly fighting for a better result than his last few matches suggest. Lancer is on fire right now, punishing Havoc for stepping onto the ramp to keep this momentum rolling. What a scramble! He practically clawed his way through that exchange to secure a third straight victory. Havoc goes into the break with a 7-5 lead, and it feels like the expected dynamic for this series. I mean, Lancer is hanging in there, but the higher rank is showing. Let's see if Lancer can hold this. Havoc has been playing exceptionally well lately, posting a 21-14 record over the last day. It seems he's maintaining that high level of play, even as Lancer tries to put up a fight. He needs to keep this focus if he wants to avoid a total collapse. He secures the kill from the ramp, and now the momentum has shifted completely back in his favor. That lower rank is really showing through right now. The momentum completely flips back as Havoc edges out a frantic gunfight to extend his run. The gap in their overall experience is definitely starting to weigh on Lancer. He just doesn't let up, taking another effortless victory to put himself on match point. Lancer manages to secure a crucial victory from the ramp to slow things down. A surprising bit of resilience to break that run. Lancer strikes again, expertly picking Havoc off the ramp to keep his hopes alive. He's starting to find some answers for the... What a fight! Lancer manages to outlast him in a wild exchange and clears the ramp for a third straight win. Lancer is putting up a real fight to stay in this. Unbelievable, he barely survives that absolute war of attrition to close out the match. Lancer definitely made him sweat for it in the end, but he just couldn't close out those last few frames. What a fight! Havoc really owns this rivalry with 880 total round wins over Ignis. That historical gap is clearly weighing on the match since he already got the jump in this opening round. Now we have to see if Ignis can actually break that trend. Absolutely merciless. He's just refusing to let his opponent breathe. What a scramble! Ignis nearly went down with him, but he manages to clutch out the win. A much needed breath of air for the underdog. Oh my word, both fighters were practically empty, but he manages to squeeze out the victory. The top quartile talent is definitely starting to show here. Havoc is looking incredibly sharp right now, simply outclassing his opponent from the ramp to build a commanding lead. He's just too fast for the other side right now, securing a huge lead at 6-1. He answers back quickly to keep the deficit manageable. The lower ranked fighter is starting to show some teeth here. Havoc has an impressively strong 22-13 record over the last day. It's clear he's bringing that high-level confidence into this set. He's really capitalizing on the momentum from his previous matches to maintain this distance. Now the pressure is on Ignis to find a way back. Havoc's firmly in control with an 8-3 lead. His side of the ladder rarely sees these types of struggles. Havoc takes a big lead at 9-3. Well, it's exactly what the ranking suggested. Ignis had some close rounds, but he's simply outmatched in this opening stretch. Time to see a response. Ignis claws back to 4, but Havoc holds a huge lead. His slightly higher ranking usually puts him in the driver's seat. Havoc is just dominating, sitting pretty at 10-4. That was a quick trade, barely a second of action. Havoc just shreds right through him from the ramp, really putting the pressure on now. Looking for a way to stop this man. Havoc is one step away from victory after simply deleting him from the red. Unbelievable. He shuts the door on this series with an absolute shutdown of the final round. He's just on another level today. That sheer speed we saw in those quick bursts made this a total one-sided affair. Ignis has a huge head-to-head lead with over 1,000 wins against Lancer. I mean, he's definitely holding the psychological advantage here. Lancer has struggled with some tough losses today, so getting a quick start is essentially mandatory for him. Absolute shutdown. He just won't let Lancer breathe today. He's just completely untouchable right now, making it 4 straight. The difference in their recent form is glaring right now. He's just completely outclassing his opponent right now, moving to a 5-round lead. Finally, a response from Lancer to get back on the board. He's desperately needing a turnaround given that recent win rate. Lancer is looking really sharp right now, putting together a nice little streak here. The gap between them on the ladder isn't playing a factor here. Unbelievable survival. He barely escapes that engagement with almost nothing left in the tank. Lancer is really struggling to find some consistency today. What a scramble. Both players were nearly finished, but he claws out a victory by the skin of his teeth. The momentum shift is complete. He's taking full control again with another perfect exchange. Lancer has really been having a rough day across his matches. A brutal scrap that just went the distance, and he manages to hold on to the lead. A rough stretch for the underdog, considering he's already 12 and 24 today. Ignis holds a commanding 9-3 lead heading into the break. Honestly, we expected the higher rated player to take control, and he's doing exactly that. Lancer needs to find a way to stop the bleeding if he wants any chance here. Ignis is definitely the more consistent player in the long run. That historical dominance is really showing through as he puts an immense amount of pressure on Lancer. Now it's just a matter of how quickly he can close the door. Ignis pushes his lead to 10 rounds over Lancer. He is really fighting to get back into this series. Lancer can't seem to string these wins together. He's just not finding any traction against Ignis today. He shuts that rally down immediately and puts himself just a single step from victory. What a way to end it. He just wipes the floor with his opponent to seal the victory. Just another day at the office for the favorite, who completely outpaced Lancer from start to finish. Havoc really owns the history here, leading their head-to-head matchups with over 600 wins. It's a massive mental advantage that clearly pairs with his current momentum. Lancer has a mountain to climb today. Havoc is just cruising through this, sitting pretty at 2-0. The disparity in their current form is jarring. Totally one-sided affair here as he continues to steamroll through this early stage. Lancer digs in and answers back, refusing to let the lead widen further. He's definitely not going to let the favorite walk away with this easily. Lancer is showing some real grit here, keeping the pressure up and narrowing the gap. Exactly the kind of challenge the underdog needed early on. Unbelievable. He just wipes the slate clean and levels the score after picking Havoc off the wine box. He's absolutely on fire now, taking control from the ramp to move ahead by 1. What a scrap. He barely survives the exchange from the ramp to level the score. A hard-fought reset for the 12th ranked pro. Havoc is starting to pull away, using those planks to secure another straight round. His recent form is looking brutal, still fighting through the 10-game slump. And he's back on top. Lancer finds a completely clean shot to bring the score level. The underdog is fighting back exactly as we'd hoped. Havoc looks very comfortable right now, securing that win from the ramp and reclaiming a 1-round lead. Havoc heads into the break with a 7-5 lead. I mean, everything here is going according to plan for the favorite. Lancer showed a bit of life with that strong 4-round run, but Havoc still has things under control. Time for the side switch. Lancer keeps the pressure on by picking him off the ramp, showing some great tenacity. Lancer is proving that the rank gap doesn't tell the whole story. Havoc is currently sitting on a huge 23-12 run over the last day. He's really converting that high level of consistency into a comfortable lead right now. It'll be tough for Lancer to find an answer to that kind of rhythm. Unbelievable, he just barely clutched that one out to move to 10, surviving with a sliver of health. The gap in their current form is just too wide. Lancer secures a neat delivery from the window to get back in this. He's fighting through a truly brutal slump right now. Havoc manages to shut him down out of the ramp and he's really putting the screws to Lancer now. Lancer just needs one big push to stay in this. Lancer is really refusing to go away. He's trading blows with Havoc now, and this is getting much tighter. He finds another clean shot from the ramp and puts himself 1 round away from the victory. He's really asserting his authority as the top seed today. Lancer manages to hold his ground on the ramp to stall for another round. He's definitely showing the poise of a top-ranked competitor. Absolute perfection to seal the deal. Havoc shuts the door on the series right now. Lancer definitely made him sweat for it, but he just can't find a way to break that losing skid to the Havoc clearly holds the historical advantage here with a 58% win rate in their previous encounters. He has been exceptionally strong lately and should be able to recover from that first round loss. It will be interesting to see if Ignis can actually sustain this early lead. Ignis is comfortably in the driver's seat at 2-1. He's keeping that high standard from his recent 5-game tier. Havoc is really feeling the pressure now, finding himself on the wrong side of a very tricky start. A tough start for the top quartile talent here. Havoc reacts instantly there, catching Ignis right as he tried to use that height advantage. Ignis is really pulling away with a 4-2 lead. Ignis is proving he can hang with the higher rated player today. Havoc claws back one, bringing it to a He's certainly looking to repeat that recent 13-4 blowout. Ignis is currently operating at a 70% win rate over his last 10 matches. It's impressive how he's challenging the status quo today. He has a chance to really disrupt Havoc's momentum if he keeps this pace. Ignis extends his grip to a 6-4 advantage. This is a complete flip from their last match on Mapas. The momentum is shifting back and forth, and we're suddenly looking at a 1-round gap. He has a much higher total volume of wins throughout his career. Ignis holds a 7-5 lead heading into the break. I mean, he's definitely outperforming the rankings right now. Havoc has the better overall head-to-head record, but Ignis is outplaying him in this opening half. Time to see if Havoc answers back. Ignis is just dominating, stretching this to 8-5. Things are looking very different from that 13-4 result on Mapas. Ignis is just ruthless, putting up a commanding 9-5. That's an incredibly sharp way to enter the second half. Another clean takedown, and he's just refusing to let up on this pace. A quick reaction there to get back in the game. He's certainly in better overall form these days. Ignis is just an absolute wall right now, which is wild considering the odds going into this. Havoc is finally starting to dig in and slow down this lead. He's definitely playing like the top tier seed right now. Havoc really likes that high ground today, putting Ignis on his heels as he closes the gap. He's truly charging back into this series with a 3rd straight victory. He's finally starting to look like the favorite we expected. The surge continues for Havoc, who is simply refusing to let up on this charge. This is exactly why he entered this match as the favorite. Unreal. He just wipes the slate clean, taking out his opponent from the box to tie this up at 11-11. He barely walks away from that scrap, but he manages to secure a huge 6th straight victory. He's absolutely on fire right now, refusing to give an inch. Absolute chaos. Ignis shuts down the charge and forces this battle into overtime. What a way to respond. He's completely shutting down the opposition to take a 13-12 lead. He has a real knack for stabilizing when the stakes are high. Neither side is blinking. They're completely deadlocked as we head into the thick of overtime. Absolutely no room for error left in this battle. Ignis just holds that high ground perfectly to maintain his narrow lead. A surprising turn for the number 19 seed in this matchup. He is simply on another level right now, taking full control of this overtime surge. Just a terrifying way to put the pressure back on the top seed. Havoc stays calm under pressure, securing a lightning fast kill to keep his hopes alive. What a finish. He just out-dueled his opponent to seal the series victory. He just barely edges out one of the best in the business in this grueling series. What a fight. Ignis holds a strong head-to-head edge by winning nearly 60% of their lifelong encounters, and Lancer has a lot of ground to make up. Given that 0% win rate over his last 10 matches, it'll be tough to turn things around when the momentum is this skewed. Lancer is really putting the pressure on here, comfortably taking control of the map from the ramp. Lancer is definitely playing with house money after those struggles against Havoc. Lancer is simply too fast right now. Cruise into a 3-round streak. He's just unstoppable right now, picking up another round to extend that streak to 4. He is completely flipping the script on his recent form. He secures the vantage point on the ramp to keep the streak moving. It's a tough spot for the favorite to be in. Ignis finally breaks through with a lightning fast reaction. He just blew through that defense, knocking Lancer right off the ramp. The tide is definitely starting to shift in his favor. He is on fire. That's another one in the bag as the comeback continues. He's proving why the expectations were in his favor heading into this. Lancer finds his mark from the ramp to put some distance between himself and the opposition. Lancer is fighting hard to erase the memory of that Italy blowout. Lancer is sitting on a tough 12-24 record over the last day. It's clear he's fighting an uphill battle with his general form, yet he's managing to hold the lead in this series. If he can keep this pace, he'll secure a massive personal victory here. Lancer heads into the break with a 7-5 lead. Well, he is playing far above his rank right now. This is a shocking start for the underdog, who usually struggles in this pairing. He manages to pull the trigger and take Lancer right off the boxes. That's a clean way to start this side of the map. The pressure is mounting as the favorites try to claw back. Lancer maintains his lead, currently sitting at 8-6. Lancer is truly defying the odds for the 12th ranked player in the league. Both players went for the kill here, but Ignis manages to come out on top after a frantic exchange. Lancer holds a narrow 2-round edge over Ignis. He's really putting on a clinic for his 31st spot on the ladder. He's showing plenty of heart right now, erasing some of that early deficit with an effortless shot. Absolute madness. The score is completely leveled and we have a dead heat at 9 apiece. We've got a complete reset for the home stretch. Lancer barely edges ahead, clutching a slim 10-9 lead. Lancer is playing with a lot of grit despite those losses today. Unbelievable! He finds the opening to drag his opponent off the ramp and tie this whole thing up. A precise beat of shooting to wipe out that lead. Lancer is really tightening the screws here, refusing to let Ignis get any breathing room. Lancer wins a grueling battle to put himself at match point. Everything seems to be leaning in his direction now. And there it is. Lancer closes it out to claim the victory. A truly gutsy performance to snap that losing skid. He really dug deep to get his first victory in a while. What a match. Havoc enters this series with a dominant historical edge, having won 71% of their head-to-head battles, and frankly, Lancer has been struggling to keep up lately. It will be interesting to see if he can actually bridge that gap today. There was an absolute scramble on the ramp, but Havoc manages to come out on top. The rank 12 player is just a bit too sharp here. Lancer's in a deep hole now, trailing 3-1. The rating difference is starting to show through. Both players took heavy damage in that exchange, but he manages to hold his ground for another win. Lancer is having a tough run today with 12 wins against 24 losses. Lancer looks much sharper now, returning a flawless response to keep this series within reach. The underdog has officially found some footing in this set. Havoc has been playing remarkably well lately, securing an 80% win rate over his last 10 matches. It's that high-level consistency that separates him from the rest of the field. Lancer needs to find an answer quickly, or this could get very one-sided. Lancer keeps the pressure on with another effortless win, proving he can weather the storm. He's fighting back despite the odds today. Incredible. Lancer picks him off the ramp to bring this map completely level. Absolutely wild shift in energy as we head into the final stretch. He is simply on fire right now, extending his streak to 4 straight. He's definitely defying the odds with this performance. We are all square at 6-6, and man, what a swing to end the half. I mean, Lancer looked completely lost early on, but he's managed to claw his way back into a dead heat. Time to see who blinks first. Havoc breaks the deadlock to lead 7-6. The gap in class should be surfacing now. Lancer is really struggling to find a counter to that ramp position right now. Hard to forget, he just took down Lancer 13-9 earlier. Lancer takes this one completely unscathed, refusing to let his opponent pull away. The momentum is shifting in a way nobody expected before the match. Unreal. He barely survives that shootout to tie things up at 8 apiece. An absolutely heart-stopping finish to that engage. Lancer claims another one from the ramp, firmly taking control of the score. The favorite is suddenly fighting from behind. What a nail-biter. Both of them were practically dead in the water, but Havoc barely manages to edge him out for the tie. What a fight. Lancer manages to dig deep and push him off the ramp to secure a huge lead. He's showing no signs of slowing down right now. Lancer puts his opponent back in his place, cutting him down from the ramp. This was not the result the pre-match analysts predicted. Lancer's lead is shrinking fast, and the pressure is really starting to mount for him now. We've got a dead heat once again, and it looks like Havoc has completely erased Lancer's lead. It's a grueling day for him, sitting at 12-24. Lancer outduels him in a close exchange to reach match point. Lancer just needs to close it out right now. A complete flip from the script we expected going into this. Lancer closes it out. What a legendary recovery to secure the victory. Seriously, this guy just shut the door on a nightmare streak and finally proved he can hang with the top 10. Truly a gutsy performance. What a match. Havoc usually holds the upper hand in this rivalry with 881 total wins over Ignis. It's a long history, but Ignis is the one carrying the confidence after taking their most recent clash. Let's see if the favorites can find an answer here. Ignis is on fire, leading 2-1. The number 12 on the ladder will have to pivot fast. Unreal. He barely hangs on with a sliver of health to even things up at 2-2. The top quartile talent is starting to show through. Havoc claws back into the lead. 3-2 now. The higher seed is definitely starting to flex those muscles. Ignis answers right back, bringing us all square. It's becoming a real toss-up at this point. These two are trading rounds back and forth, but Havoc is starting to look like he's taking control. He's really capitalizing on that top 12 ranking tonight. What a fight! He practically refuses to go down, barely escaping that exchange to move to 5-3. Ignis just cuts the deficit to a single round. He's certainly playing at his usual high standard. Havoc has been putting up huge numbers today with a 22-13 record over the last day. That kind of consistency is exactly why he's maintaining his grip on this series. It will be interesting to see if Ignis can find a way to disrupt that rhythm. We're all tied up at 6-6. I mean, the higher ranked player hasn't managed to break away yet. This is leaning toward an upset if the underdog can maintain this pressure into the second half. Clean slate now. Havoc puts on a great show from the ramp and manages to snatch the lead back. He's showing a bit more composure than he did in that loss on Dunes. Deadlock once again with Ignis and Havoc locked at 7. The underdog is showing some serious grit tonight. Havoc edges ahead by a single round. He's managed to stay out of the trouble he faced against Lancer earlier. Neither one of these guys is giving an inch tonight. We've got a complete deadlock as they head into the final stretch. Ignis seizes the momentum and pushes ahead to 9-8. Everything is falling in the challenger's favor right now. Havoc fights back to tie things up at 9 apiece. Neither player is letting their recent loss to Lancer shake them. The momentum has completely shifted. Havoc is really putting the pressure on now. He's just unstoppable right now, extending his lead to 11-9. He's certainly playing like the stronger seed right now. He is absolutely dominating this set, moving to within 1 of a complete victory. And that's it. He finishes the series with an incredible run of 5 straight rounds to seal the win. Ignis really pushed him to the limit for most of this game, but he just couldn't keep the pressure up. Ignis opens the set with a fast reaction from the ramp. Ignis clearly enjoys a massive advantage in the long term, leading the head-to-head with 1,049 wins over Lancer. It's interesting to see that dominance on display here after Lancer actually took their most recent meeting. We'll see if this quick start is enough to tilt the scales back in the favorites' direction. What an absolute war. Lancer survives by a hair to keep this set interesting. Lancer is really grinding out these wins with his health in the red. Lancer is refusing to go away, securing another clean kill to put this series on a knife edge. Lancer is proving he can hang with the favorite today. What a turnaround, he's completely leveled the playing field with a third straight win. The odds are looking very different than they did before the start. Ignis answers back immediately, cutting that lead to a single round. Lancer has had a really difficult time lately, posting a 12-24 record in the last day. It's clear that he's fighting an uphill battle, not just against his opponent, but against his own current form. He really needs to find a way to break this momentum. Whoa, a complete brawl that almost went the other way, but he manages to hold his ground and secure the fourth straight. He's completely shifted the energy of this set. He's just relentless, securing 5 on the bounce to put the pressure on before the break. Ignis heads into the break with an 8-4 lead. That's exactly what we expected from the higher seed. He's played a steady game, keeping the gap wide despite Lancer's brief bursts of success. Time for a fresh start. Ignis extends the gap back to 8-5 now. He's really trying to make up ground despite being the lower seed today. Lancer is showing great grit, picking his opponent right off that box for another win. Lancer looks completely locked in right now. Ignis secures the win from the ramp, finally putting a stop to Lancer's push from the boost. He's finally getting back to his usual standard against the rank 30 player. Ignis is pulling away now, sitting at 10-6. His overall win rate sits right at that 50% mark. Lancer claws back 1, trailing by 3 now. Lancer is really leaning on that recent confidence from his victory over Havoc. Lancer is just not finding any answers here. Ignis looks completely in control of the pace. Ignis is managing to shake off those 2 recent losses. Ignis takes control from the Tetris to put himself just 1 round away from victory. He's certainly playing like the seed he is. A fierce exchange here, but Lancer manages to claw out a victory. Lancer just proved he can still step up in the clutch. He's putting up a great fight given the rank difference. Lancer strikes again, staying aggressive to keep himself in the game. Lancer is starting to find some real momentum here. Absolute mayhem in this exchange, but he survives the chaos to keep this fight alive. Lancer has completely seized the air now. Unreal. He closes out the final exchange to take the match. Lancer fought so hard to keep this a contest, but the consistency was just too much to overcome. What a fight. Havoc holds a massive historical lead with a 71% win rate in their previous meetings. It's a huge cushion that usually makes him the heavy favorite here. We'll see if Lancer can find some confidence after taking their last match together. He's just too fast right now, securing a perfect opening set to start the match. He is simply on another level right now, extending this early lead to a complete shutout. Lancer gets a clean look here and secures a quick point. Lancer has had his fair share of struggle today, but he's showing life. Lancer just can't be shaken, continuing this rally to put some serious pressure on his opponent. Havoc reacts quickly to shut down that push, cleaning Lancer right off the wine crates. Unbelievable. Both players were practically dead on their feet, but Havoc manages to claw out a victory with almost nothing left. Havoc has a strong daily rhythm with 22 wins in the last 24 hours. It's interesting that those high numbers aren't translating into an immediate blowout here. Lancer is proving he can stay competitive regardless of the rating gap. Lancer is starting to put up a real fight, showing he can hold his own from those high positions. Havoc takes a 7-5 lead into the break. You know, this is basically exactly what we expected. He's comfortably in the driver's seat despite Lancer putting up a decent fight so far. Fresh start for both of them. A strong response from Lancer, keeping his side of the scoreboard ticking upward. Lancer is finally finding a way to close those gaps. What a fight. Both players landed heavy shots, but the resilient Lancer edges it out to tie the series. He's truly taking control of this match, now stepping up with a third consecutive point. Simply untouchable, picking up a fourth straight round to firmly shift the tide of this map. The pre-match favorite is looking very vulnerable right now. Absolute chaos in this exchange, but he just barely survives a brutal brawl to stop that run. That's a rough stretch for the number 30 spot. We've got a dead heat at 9-all. Lancer has been under a lot of pressure today with those 12 losses. A complete shutdown here as he cruises to another victory, firmly regaining the lead. Brilliant read from Lancer, picking him off from the wine to bring this series level. The pendulum just swung back to Havoc. He's clawing back into a position of strength here. Another clean finish for Havoc, and he is officially one round away from the finish line. Game over. He closes it out with absolute ease to secure the series. Lancer really pushed him to the edge this time, especially after that massive rally he put together mid-game. He just couldn't quite close the door on a determined opponent. What a fight. Havoc has historically won about 58% of their meetings. No surprise they've started strong here, especially since he's coming off a fresh victory against the same opponent. It'll be interesting to see if Ignis can force a change in the momentum. What a scrap! He barely escapes with his life to pull the score back to 1-2. He's definitely fighting through that early pressure. Unbelievable, he just barely clutched that out, surviving with a sliver of health. That top quartile ranking is certainly starting to show. Havoc is just too quick, securing the win from the planks to really put the pressure on Ignis. He's simply on another level right now, building a commanding lead with another fast win. A clean exchange on the ramp and the veteran comes out on top. He's clearly not intimidated by that higher ladder ranking. Ignis is showing great spirit, picking up another to tighten the gap. He's definitely starting to find his footing in this match. Another effortless burst, and the tide is officially shifting in his favor. Absolutely incredible. He erases the deficit and ties it up at 5-5. Total chaos now that the momentum has completely flipped. Havoc secures the exchange from the window, regaining a slim edge heading into the final round of the half. Huge stop for him right as we hit the halfway mark. We're all square at 6. Well, Ignis is making a huge statement by holding his own against the higher seed. He's definitely playing like he's not afraid of that rating gap. A total toss-up now. Havoc edges ahead by 1 as we start round 13. He's certainly playing his part as the favorite in this one. Havoc just dominated from the toolbox and he's really starting to pull away here. He is absolutely cruising right now, putting his opponent in a deep hole with a flawless sequence. He's putting that 70% recent form into practice right now. He secures another win from the planks, moving within 3 of the finish line. He's certainly capitalizing on that higher seat position right now. A sharp response from him to stop the momentum. He's got that 1916 momentum from earlier today fueling this push. Keeps the pressure on with another outplay, proving he can handle the heat while trailing. The lower ranked player is definitely refusing to go quietly. Havoc proves just how tricky that window angle can be, putting his opponent in a really tough spot. The 12th ranked player is firmly in control right now. Ignis just blasted him off the ramp, showing some serious grit to keep this series alive. That really puts him on the defensive for a moment. He's not letting up now, taking a second straight round to close the gap. Total shift in the air now. Absolute precision on that last shot. A huge play from the wine box to put him just 1 round away from victory. Expectations are starting to align as we reach the end game. What a finish! Havoc digs deep to close it out from the ramp and secures the match. Ignis really pushed him to the brink with that mid-match rally, but the higher seed just had a better answer in the clutch. He had to work for that. Ignis really owns the head-to-head matchup with an impressive 58% win rate over his opponent. It's clear he's got the psychological edge here, which likely helps explain the early confidence we're seeing from him in this set. Lancer is trailing by 1, but he's still fighting. His higher rank on the ladder is giving him a clear advantage. Ignis is putting on quite a show right now, claiming 3 of the first 4 rounds. His 12-24 record today is really weighing on him. Unbelievable, Ignis barely scraps by with just 4 health, keeping the pressure on from his spot on the box. He's definitely playing like the favorite in this one. He picks up another one from the Tetris, and the momentum is firmly in his favor. He's really justifying that gap in the rankings right now. Lancer finds his footing here, securing a tough round to keep the gap from widening. He's really fighting to flip the script after that previous 13-10 defeat. Ignis has been really consistent today with a balanced 18-17 record over the last 24 hours. It's a stark contrast to Lancer's recent struggles, which makes this double-digit lead feel almost inevitable. He's simply too sharp right now. Lancer manages to take control here, punishing Ignis for staying too long on the box. Tough break for the leader after taking a win in their last meeting. Ignis is cruising now with a commanding 7-3 lead. He's showing why he's sitting higher on the ladder. Ignis is just dominating, holding a solid 7-4 lead. A very quick exchange there, but he came out on top. Ignis leads 7-5 heading into the break. This is exactly where we expected the match to be. He's managing to keep his composure while Lancer is trying his best to stay within striking distance. Let's see if Lancer can tighten up. Ignis shuts that down quickly, pulling Lancer right off the box to keep the lead. He's clearly comfortable with this specific matchup tonight. Lancer is staying stubborn, putting up another quick fight to narrow the gap. Still trying to prove he belongs in the top tier. He just wipes him off the box for a clean second straight. Lancer is refusing to let this slip away. Wow, a total scramble there. He claws his way back to a tie, barely surviving the exchange. A complete shift in energy as everything resets to 0. Frantic exchange ends with a 4th straight victory for Lancer, barely clutching the round after nearly dying himself. He's on fire, putting up a 5th straight point to put himself in the driver's seat. A complete role reversal from how the first half started. He's just unstoppable now, extending his lead with another high-speed victory. A huge turnaround for the man who started this set so slowly. Absolutely crushing it now. He's just 1 round away from victory after that flawless exhibition. A wild exchange of shots where Ignis barely survives, finally halting that run. There was a desperate struggle to keep the dream alive. What a recovery. Lancer closes it out with a perfect shot to secure the victory. He really shook off that early deficit to steal a massive win today. A huge performance from the underdog. What a fight. Havoc owns a commanding lead in their head-to-head history, winning 71% of their encounters. It's a massive psychological hurdle for Lancer to overcome, especially since he just fell to the same opponent in their most recent clash. Lancer needs to find a way to break that trend early. Havoc is cruising right now, holding a tight 2-1 lead. We've got a deadlock here. Neither player is willing to give an inch in these opening rounds. Lancer has a lot to prove coming into this as the underdog. Havoc is making the most of that elevation, cleaning things up from the ramp to extend his lead. He's looked very sharp today, picking up 3 wins already. Havoc is pulling away now, leading 4-2. His current form is a complete contrast to the struggle Lancer is having. What a fight. Lancer barely survives that exchange to close the gap. He's fighting for every single point right now. Unbelievable. Both players were nearly depleted, but Lancer manages to survive the chaos to level the series. Lancer is completely taking over, putting a huge dent in that early lead. Lancer is just on fire, taking 4 straight to flip the script on this series. He's completely ignoring the rank gap at the moment. Havoc manages to outlast the pressure and secure a round for himself. He's definitely feeling the pressure from that recent 13-10 defeat. We're tied up at 6-all. This is leaning heavily into the expected result. Havoc is showing why he's the favorite, but Lancer is proving to be a tough out by staying this close. A clean slate for both players. Lancer takes the lead, pushing ahead 7-6. A great showing so far for a player normally sitting outside the top 25. Lancer is really capitalizing on this current momentum, sitting on a 2-round streak. That's a massive swing considering he's usually struggling to put games away against the top tier. He has to maintain this pace if he wants to seal the deal. We are back to a dead heat at 8 apiece. The top 12 seed is starting to look more comfortable. he outduels his opponent in a gritty scramble, moving ahead to a 9-8 lead. The experience difference is starting to show here. Absolute perfection from Havoc, who is now tearing through the series with 4 straight. He's definitely looking like the safer bet right now. He's simply too fast today, extending that hot streak to 5 straight. His current run reflects that strong momentum from his win over Ignis earlier. He is simply untouchable right now, moving just 1 step away from the victory. Lancer is completely boxed out at this point. And there it is. He closes out the series with an effortless final shot to take the win. Lancer put up a great fight in the middle there, but he just couldn't find an answer for that final run of momentum. Havoc is clearly the superior force on the ladder, holding a significant lead in their overall ranking. Well, the historical head-to-head record is equally skewed in his favor. He really needs to shake off that slow start to maintain his grip on this series. Havoc finds a great spot on the ramp to keep things close after that shaky start. He is coming into this with a really strong head of steam today. Ignis is running wild with a commanding 3-1 lead. He's putting that top quartile rank to the test right now. Havoc claws back to 2-3, staying very much alive. He enters this duel having already taken a victory from Ignis today. Ignis is really leaning into the underdog role here, putting a huge dent in Havoc's lead. He's really shaking off that loss from their last meeting. Ignis holds the red and just outduels Havoc coming off the ramp. The rankings completely flip when they step onto this ground. A quick change of fire here, and he manages to pull through to narrow the gap. That's another one for the veteran, keeping his composure to bring this game within a single round. Ignis reads the ramp perfectly there to put some serious air between him and the competition. He's really putting those rank 11 stats to the test right now. That was a complete shutdown to keep the gap tight before the break. Very clean response to keep this close. We're all squared up at 6-6 heading into the break. Honestly, Havoc is playing way below his rank here. Ignis is holding his own despite the historical disadvantage in their head-to-head. Time to see who blinks first. That's a flawless exchange to take the lead, proving he can withstand the early pressure. The momentum is starting to tilt back toward the favorite. Deadlock at 7-all. It's anyone's game now. He's definitely showing why he's a threat today, despite the rank difference. Absolute chaos in this exchange, but he somehow claws out a victory while barely standing. He really knows how to survive these scrapes. A rapid collision on the ramp and he takes full control of the map. He's just completely stripped away all that early momentum. Havoc edges ahead, leaving Ignis trailing by just 1. His 52% map win rate is definitely playing a role here. Another high-speed exchange and he walks away completely unscathed. The favorite is definitely finding his footing as we head into the final stretch. Havoc holds a thin margin at 10-9. Havoc has been on a tear lately with that 80% win rate. What a scrap. He manages to clear the ramp and barely scrape by with a victory. A nerve-wracking escape to put a serious dent in the underdog's hopes. We are officially back in a dead heat. Neither player is giving an inch right now. The pressure is mounting for Havoc to close this out. Ignis has completely shifted the momentum with a really fast pair of rounds to tie this up. Havoc is showing incredible grit, shutting the door on that comeback attempt and moving within a single point of victory. Unbelievable! Havoc hammers home the final blow to secure the series in an incredible recovery. Ignis played his heart out, but he just couldn't find that one last clutch moment to force a tie. He really made Havoc earn every single point today. What a fight! Ignis has a 52% win rate here, but he is really struggling to put a sequence together. After 3 losses in a row, he needs to find some stability quickly, or this could get out of hand. A tight scramble here, but Lancer manages to come out on top to take a commanding lead. The pre-match expectations aren't matching up with the actual gameplay. Absolutely impressive start here. He is just not letting the opponent breathe. He's clearly shaken after that narrow loss to Havoc. Ignis manages to secure a quick duel, getting back on the board. He's played a lot of maps today, but we're seeing the fatigue. A patient standoff here, but he remains completely composed to secure another point. He's starting to look like the favorite on paper again. Lancer is currently fighting through a long day, sitting at a 12-24 record across his matches. But he's playing with way more confidence than we saw in his previous encounter with Ignis. He's really taking control of the map tempo right now. Incredible. Both players were trading heavy damage, but Ignis somehow claws out a victory while on the verge of collapse. Lancer holds a strong 4-round advantage as we restart. Lancer is dominating with a comfortable 8-3 lead. He's quickly regaining that cushion after the momentary slip. It is 8-4 in favor of Lancer. Well, the new player is completely outperforming the veteran right now. We expected this to be a toss-up, but Lancer is just far too sharp today. Time to swap sides. What a scramble. He barely survives that exchange to pull back a point. A really brave play to close that out with such low health. Lancer is cruising with a commanding 9-5 lead. The veteran is having a really tough time shutting him down. Lancer's now sitting pretty with a 10-5 lead. Tough run of luck for him today, especially after that defeat to Havoc. Unreal. Ignis nearly went down, but he manages to scrap through a brutal trade to bring the score to 6-10. He's really digging in to keep this match within reach. Ignis closes the gap slightly, trailing by only 3. He's fighting for his life after those 3 losses earlier today. Lancer is keeping the pressure high here, refusing to let that small spark from Ignis turn into a real comeback. Ignis is starting to trade blows with him much more effectively now. A very sharp exchange to keep things interesting. Lancer outlasts that exchange to put himself on the verge of victory. He's showing why the rankings placed him so high entering this. Absolutely lethal finisher. Lancer closes it out with a perfect shot to secure the victory. That's a rough way to end the day for the veteran, who just can't seem to shake this slump. Lancer gets the early lead here, quickly shutting down Havoc's attempt to hold the Tetris. Havoc has dominated the head-to-head history with a 71% win rate. So yeah, it's a bit surprising to see him starting this slowly when he usually knows exactly how to handle this opponent. I'm wondering if he can shake off these nerves and start closing the gap. And there's the response, as he puts up a clean frame to cut the deficit. He's definitely not letting this slip away easily. What a fight! He barely clutched that from the Tetris, refusing to go down without the war. It's starting to look more like the expected matchup. Lancer is really putting on a clinic here, just picking him right off that Tetris perch. That was effortless. He's showing some real grit to pull this closer. That was a lightning fast exchange. Havoc has put up an impressive 23-12 record over the last day. It's quite a contrast to see him trailing the series right now. Despite that momentum, Lancer is really capitalizing on this particular moment. He's refusing to let Lancer pull away, chipping back into that early deficit. He's showing why he entered this match as the favorite. Lancer keeps his grip on the lead at 7-4. That's quite a result given Lancer's 13-24 record today. Lancer heads into the break with an 8-4 cushion. I mean, this is a huge swing considering Havoc is ranked nearly 20 spots higher. The underdog is completely ignoring the script today. Let's see if the roles reverse. Havoc finds another way to fight back, taking control from the Tetris to shorten the lead. That's a much stronger look for the higher seeded player. He's maintaining the pressure, refusing to let the underdog build any further distance. The underdog is definitely feeling the heat now. The comeback is really gaining steam as he secures another win from heaven. Lancer just can't find an answer for this surge. Lancer quickly halts that momentum shift, putting his lead back to 2. Lancer is really defying the expectations for this particular series. Lancer is just too quick for him, shutting down that attempt from heaven to keep the pressure on. That's a huge shift from their previous outing on the orange map. He wipes the floor with him from the box, keeping his momentum alive. A tough spot for him since Lancer has been a wall all afternoon. A completely pristine finish there, and he's just refusing to let his opponent pull away. The momentum is shifting back to the man with the higher ranking. Absolutely sensational. He takes the fight from the box to lock in a perfect tie at 10-10. Everything is back on the table now. Lancer manages to edge out the duel and regains a 1-round advantage. That's a sharp contrast to how their last game on orange ended. Unreal. He survives with a single health point after that absolute slugfest, putting himself 1 round away from victory. Pure desperation from the favorite to claw back into this. Absolute disbelief. Lancer closes it out and secures the victory. He just refused to crumble under that pressure. Honestly, an incredible showing from a guy who's usually at the other end of the scoreline. What a fight. Havoc has dominated this matchup long-term, winning 58% of their career head-to-heads. And he's carrying that superiority into this series after winning their most recent encounter. I wonder if Ignis can find a way to flip the script today. Havoc is just relentless, pushing a commanding 2-0 lead. The top quartile ranking is proving to be a real factor here. He's simply not letting up, taking a third consecutive round with absolute ease. He's definitely carrying a lot of confidence after those 2 recent wins. An unbelievable start from Havoc, who is simply refusing to let a single round slip. The pressure is really mounting after that tough outing against Lancer earlier. Finally, a response from Ignis to cut into that early lead. A much needed spark for the lower rated side here. Havoc is back in control with a 5-1 lead. His current form is starkly better than the opponent's recent run. Havoc has a winning record of 70% in his last 10 matches. It's clear that momentum is carrying him through the early stages of this set. He's looking completely untouchable right now. Havoc pulls even further ahead, sitting comfortably at 6-2. He's fighting uphill against a tough day of results. Whoa, what a scramble. He holds the box and barely scrapes through with a handful of health left. He's really fighting for every single sliver of health right now. Havoc is just cruising now, extending the gap to 7-3. His recent 22-13 run today is really starting to show. Ignis is trading by 3, struggling to close that gap. Ignis is definitely showing a bit more grit after that earlier defeat. Havoc holds a 7-5 lead as we head into the break. I mean, everything is playing out exactly as the stats suggested. He's just a bit more consistent right now, though. Ignis is keeping the gap small. New sides, new opportunities. Havoc keeps the pace, edging ahead 8-5. That was a lightning fast return to... That was a near instantaneous exchange to close things out. He's showing some real resolve, shutting the door on that lead to narrow the gap. He's proving he can hang with the favorite tonight. Havoc is still firmly in the driver's seat at 9-6. He's definitely proving more reliable than his recent match against Lancer. Havoc is really putting on a clinic with verticality, just erasing Ignis from that elevated spot. Just another brutal exchange that leaves the underdog reeling. He just blasted Ignis off that box, effectively killing any hope of a comeback. A tough stretch for the number 23 spot on the ladder. A scramble. Ignis manages to outlast him in a chaotic trade, clutching the round with barely any health left. Just a hair of health left, but he found a way. He shakes off that loss and puts himself just 1 round away from the victory. He's really capitalizing on the momentum from his previous encounter with Ignis. A gutsy exchange that keeps the dream alive for Ignis. This is exactly the kind of resilience we expected from the underdog. And there it is. Havoc secures the final kill to close out the series. He just keeps finding that edge in these head-to-heads. And that's another win for the books today. Ignis has won over 57% of their all-time encounters. But it's hard to ignore that Lancer is the one who took the last head-to-head battle. It will be interesting to see if Ignis can shake off this current slump. Ignis is really starting to pull ahead now. He's really fighting to flip that head-to-head lead. What a statement. He just completely shuts down that momentum and takes a firm grip on this match. He manages to fight through that exchange and secures another round. Lancer is playing the role of the underdog quite well today. Ignis holds a commanding 4-2 lead as we reset. The higher rated player is starting to assert his presence. Unbelievable. He claws his way back from the brink to survive that exchange by a hair. Lancer is staying stubborn and continues to chip away at that deficit. Still a tough battle despite the gap in the rankings. Lancer is proving incredibly difficult to put away, continuing this strong push back into the game. Ignis manages to clear him off the ramp, keeping his lead intact. He's fighting for a spot back in the top 20. Ignis has a decent 50% win rate on this layout and he's finally starting to leverage that experience here. He's put together a strong run in these last 2 rounds. It'll be interesting to see if he can close the door before Lancer finds another opening. Ignis takes an 8-4 lead into the intermission. Well, the favorite is showing his class, and this is exactly how the analysts expected things to go. Lancer will need a big response after that 3-round skid. What a chaotic fight. He barely clings to life after that absolute war of attrition. He really needs to shake off those recent losses to Havoc. Ignis is really coasting now, sitting comfortably at 9-5. Lancer is really on a roll now, cleaning up from the ramp to keep his momentum swinging. That's a strong look for someone currently ranked 29. Ignis has firmly established a 4-round cushion. A quick reaction there to shut down the rally. Ignis is just too quick, utilizing the Tetris to keep himself in complete control of the pace. He's looking to bounce back after a tough run of losses this afternoon. What a scramble! He barely edges out that trade in a frantic shootout. He's certainly putting on a show for his 29th spot on the ladder. Another clean blast for Ignis, putting him just a single round away from victory. Expected the top seed to maintain this kind of control. Game over. He manages to push through and closes it out with a huge victory. That was a massive relief for him. He finally puts a stop to that losing streak today. Havoc has historically dominated this matchup, holding a 71% win rate against Lancer over their long history together. It's a huge confidence boost for him, given how clearly he usually controls these games. Now we see if Lancer can find a way to flip the script today. Lancer is really starting to pick up speed here, managing to shut down Havoc right on the ramp. He's really making the most of his current confidence. Lancer has forced a dead heat at 2-all. He's certainly playing a bit better today than in that last meeting. Lancer is really making his presence felt, using that height on the ramp to keep the pressure high. The slate is wiped clean with both players sitting at 3. Havoc has definitely looked more consistent throughout his matches today. Lancer takes a narrow lead with a 4-3 advantage. That's a really impressive run of form from the underdog. Havoc has been on an absolute tear today with a 23-12 record in his last 24 hours. But those results aren't translating into a lead here. He's really struggling to put the pressure back on Lancer right now. Lancer digs in to outduel Havoc on the ramp, extending that current streak to 3. The higher rated player is looking completely lost in this set. An absolute shutout as Lancer maintains his stride and pushes the lead to 7. A massive shift from the expected dynamic here. Havoc finally manages to answer back, putting a dent in that lead. The number 11 guy is finally showing his class here. Lancer takes a 7-5 lead into the break. I mean, he's playing way above his rank right now. Havoc is clearly struggling to handle the underdog today. Time to see who blinks first. Lancer's firmly in control with an 8-5 grip. Quick response there to stop the blink. The underdog is really making a case for himself here. Havoc refuses to back down, manages to clear him off the ramp in a frantic exchange. That was a razor-thin margin for a huge kill. Lancer holds a solid 3-round cushion at 9-6. He's digging deep now, refusing to let the lead slip further away from him. It's a strange dynamic given the gap in their rankings. Lancer is still firmly in the driver's seat at 10-7. Lancer really looks determined to repeat his victory from their previous match. What a scrap! Lancer barely survives that shootout to put himself on the verge of victory. Unreal. He's clawing his way to the finish line. Havoc just wiped the floor with him in that exchange, showing a lot more speed in that last duel. Absolute chaos in that trade, but Lancer survives with a sliver of health to reach match point. He's playing with an incredible amount of composure right now. What a phenomenal finish. Lancer shuts the door on this match with total precision. He's really rewritten the history books with this one to come out on top against someone who's normally owned this rivalry. It's just wild. Havoc historically owns the edge in despairing, winning 58% of their encounters. Well, it's interesting because he's been the one struggling in his most recent matches today. We have to see if he can shake that off and lean on his long-term success. Havoc is cruising right now with a 2-1 lead. That rating difference is certainly making its presence felt. We are deadlocked now. Both players are trading blows, and this is becoming a real toss-up. Havoc holds a slim edge as we hit round 5. Havoc's high placement on the ladder is looking solid right now. Havoc is really starting to build some momentum here, and that ramp play was a great way to secure another win. A clean burst, and he's completely taken control of this set. His recent form is certainly playing a role in this gap. He's just completely locked in, taking total control of the map now. The top quartile ranking is definitely showing right now. Ignis answers back immediately with a completely untouched response. Havoc has been incredibly active with a 23-13 record today. He's using that high energy to outpace someone who typically performs better on this specific layout. The question is whether Ignis can find a way to break the momentum before it's too late. Havoc takes a huge 9-3 lead into the break, and honestly, this is exactly what we expected to see from the higher ranked player today. Ignis needs a massive shift in strategy if he wants to keep this in reach. Time to see if Ignis can fight. Havoc is just dominating, sitting pretty at 9-4. A much needed response for the underdog. Ignis is fighting a steep uphill battle at 5-9. Something is definitely shifting in the air for the underpowered side. Another effortless round for him, and now the tide is starting to turn. He's showing some serious grit to push back like this. A fast exchange, and he's back in the driver's seat with a 10-6 lead. A solid show of consistency from the higher rated player. Havoc is just too quick right now. Those 2 rounds flew by in a flash. He's certainly validating that favorite status at this stage. Ignis is refusing to go quietly. He's chipped away at that lead just enough to keep the tension high. He completely shuts the door on that exchange, putting himself on match point. Just a quick flick, and he's effectively wrapping this up. A huge relief for Ignis, who manages to delay the inevitable just a bit longer. He's definitely showing why he's the higher seed in this series. He keeps the pressure on with another effortless grab, keeping his hopes alive. He's playing a lot like the underdog we saw earlier in the match. What a run, he just can't be stopped right now, clawing his way back into the set. This is suddenly a very tight race. What a finish! Havoc closes this out and officially secures the victory. He really had to dig deep for that one, but it's just another win in the books against this opponent. What a fight. Havoc historically controls this pair with a 71% win rate. But Lancer actually came out on top in their very last encounter. It'll be interesting to see if he can pull off another upset today. Havoc's holding a slim 2-1 lead heading into this. He really looks comfortable against that lower rated opponent. Havoc just can't be shaken. He's really putting the pressure on Lancer now. Lancer is fighting back hard, trailing by just 1. Lancer is definitely playing with a lot of confidence right now. Havoc is firmly in control with a 2-round cushion. He's firmly in a position to climb that ladder rank. Havoc is really starting to separate himself here, using the wine to secure another round. He's looking every bit like the favorite today. Absolute perfection from the favorite, who just wiped the floor with Lancer to make it 3 straight. He is simply untouchable right now. Taking another quick round to extend his streak. He is simply on fire, using the wine to claim another rapid victory. Lancer answers back with a clean sequence to snap that run right before the break. That's a solid shift in momentum for the lower ranked player. Havoc goes into the break with a huge 9-3 lead. Everything is playing out exactly how we expected. That 5-round tier really put Lancer on the defensive early on. Lancer needs to find his rhythm. Havoc has been in excellent form today, putting together a 22-13 record. Well, it shows in the way he is just dismantling Lancer's defenses right now. He is rapidly closing in on a very comfortable victory. He catches Lancer right off the wine to move it in a single round of victory. Lancer takes a quick point here, refusing to go down without a fight. It's a small bright spot for the underdog in a rough series. What a way to close it out! Havoc secures the final point and claims the victory. The skill gap was just too much today. He really asserted his authority over this matchup and made it look easy. What a scrap. Havoc barely survives that exchange from the box to take the early lead. Havoc holds a significant lead in their head-to-head history. It's a heavy advantage that usually gives him a mental edge in these matchups. He has already taken the most recent meeting between the two, so Ignis is fighting an uphill battle here. Ignis shuts him down from that box, and now we're looking at a completely deadlocked match. Ignis is suddenly in control, leading 3-2. He's definitely not playing like a top 12 seed right now. And just like that, Havoc levels the playing field. Looking at how he's played today, those 23 wins are showing. That was lightning fast. These exchanges are happening in a heartbeat now. We've got a total stalemate at 4-all. He's really starting to put that top quartile rating on display. Ignis edges ahead, now holding a slim 5-4 lead. His last match against Lancer was a struggle, but he's looking focused here. Ignis has been having a rough stretch recently with a 20% win rate over his last 10 games. Well, he is clearly shaking off that bad form and finding a way to disrupt the favorites' momentum. He is starting to put a serious dent in the expectation for this match. Ignis takes a commanding 8-4 lead into the break. I mean, he's completely flipped the script on this one. That 4-round burst of momentum has put him in a prime spot to secure a massive upset. Time to see if Havoc wakes up. Ignis nick. He's certainly putting that superior ladder rank to use here. Ignis is just relentless, cruising ahead at 9-5. That was an incredibly quick reaction to close out the round. Havoc is starting to claw his way back into this, showing he can handle the pressure. He's definitely starting to look like the favorite now. Unbelievable, he scrapes through with a tiny sliver of health after an absolute war of attrition. His composure is just incredible right now. And that's 3 straight for him, putting some serious pressure on Ignis as he hunts down the lead. We're seeing the exact kind of resilience we expected from him today. Complete deadlock. He keeps the pressure on with another clean take to bring us level at 9-all. He is absolutely on fire now, claiming a 5th straight to take the lead. The pressure has completely shifted back to the underdog. What a response. He shuts down the onslaught and brings the score back to a dead heat. He's fighting through an incredibly tough day with 16 wins so far. Ignis makes quick work of him from the ground, completely neutralizing that height advantage. The momentum has completely flipped from how this pair started the day. A really sharp finish there to bring the score right back to a deadlock. Neither side is giving an inch in this absolute war. Havoc is simply refusing to break, crossing the finish line for another round to reach match point. A quick and clean end to that sequence. Absolute perfection. Havoc finishes this run with a clean headshot to close out the series. Ignis almost pulled it off after that massive run, but he just couldn't close the gap. He really fought for every single round today. What a fight. absolute chaos for the opening exchange, and Ignis manages to scrape through with a tiny sliver of health. Ignis has a significant career advantage, owning a 57% win rate over Lancer in their head-to-head history, but Lancer is the one with the momentum after their recent victory over the same opponent. It'll be interesting to see if he can push that psychological edge further. A brutal slugfest that finally ends with him securing a third straight victory. It's a tough stretch for Ignis, who's currently on a free match slide. Finally finds an opening which cuts the lead down to 1. Lancer had a 13-8 victory earlier today and looked dominant. Lancer holds a commanding 2-game lead heading into round 6. Lancer still controls the pace, leading by a single game. He's coming off a rough string of losses lately. We have ourselves a dead heat. Both players are sitting on 4 rounds, completely resetting the board. He's finally starting to look like the favorite going into this one. Lancer was just too quick from the ramp to let Ignis stay in this. The underdog really likes the look of this map today. Pure deadlock now, with Ignis and Lancer tied at 5. Lancer has been a bit shaky in his last couple of outings today. Lancer edges ahead by 1 as we enter round 11. He's clearly not shaken off that tough 11-13 loss to Havoc earlier. Lancer holds a 7-5 lead as we head into the break. Honestly, this is a bit of a shock. We expected the higher ranked Ignis to take control here, but he's struggling to keep up with the underdog's pace. Time for the switch. Unbelievable. He barely survives that exchange, coming out on top by the skin of his teeth. Tough to shake that feeling after his loss to Havoc on the other map. And just like that, Ignis brings us back to a 7-all stalemate. That's a much cleaner exchange for the Lancer regains a slim advantage, pulling ahead 8-7. The rank 28 spot is really playing with confidence right now. What an insane finish. He barely clutched the survival from the red, leveling the tally at 8-8. He's really refusing to go down quietly today. Lancer claws back into a 1-round lead. He's just not finding his footing today. Lancer really has the upper hand right now, just sweeping through those box positions with zero hesitation. A single point separates them as Ignis chases Lancer, looking to shake off a brutal day so far. We've hit a total standstill at 10 apiece. A pair of quick rounds to get right back into the driver's seat. Lancer is showing some real grit here, refusing to let Ignis pull away after that quick pair of rounds. Things are getting incredibly fast out here. Neither player can seem to hold on to a lead for more than 1 round. Ignis takes control from the ramp to put himself just 1 step away from victory. The pressure is starting to mount for Lancer now. What a way to force the tie. Lancer shuts him down completely, and we are officially headed to overtime. Lancer is simply too fast right now, using that ramp position to keep the pressure high. He's certainly playing like the man who took down Aster earlier. The tension is palpable now. Both players are under immense pressure as we move deeper into the overtime period. A wild way to keep the deadlock. Ignis is really starting to turn the tide, putting the pressure firmly back on Lancer. The higher seed is finally showing a bit of his class. That was a total lockdown. Ignis is simply too fast, and he's now just one round away from ending it all. An incredibly fast way to close out the distance. Lancer answers back instantly to keep his hopes alive in this series. A lightning fast response to stop the bleeding. What a finish. Ignis secures the final blow and claims the entire match. He's finally snapped that losing streak. He's been fighting all day. That's an incredible amount of grit to show after the struggle he's had lately. What a fight! Havoc holds a massive historical advantage, winning roughly 71% of the previous head-to-heads. It's hard to ignore that edge when you consider how tough Lancer has had it in the last day. He's trying to fight back from a 13-23 record today. He just keeps on rolling, picking Lancer up from the ramp for a huge start. He's playing exactly like his rank suggests. Lancer answers back, showing some real grit to cut the lead to 3-1. Expectations were high for a quick sweep, but things just got interesting. The turnaround continues as he shuts everything down for a second straight. A complete flip from the script we expected. Havoc shuts that door quickly, catching Lancer right as he tried to hold the ramp. He's really asserting that top-tier ladder presence right now. Lancer is refusing to go away, tightening the gap to just one round. He's definitely feeling a lot more confident after that 13-5 set against Zenith. Havoc is currently sitting on an impressive 3-game win streak in his recent sets. He seems to be entering this match with an incredible amount of confidence. We really have to see if Lancer can find a way to disrupt that momentum before it's too late. Havoc regains control, stretching that lead to 6-4. A higher rated individual, really showing why he's sitting in the top 11. Lancer keeps the pressure on, continuing his push as we head into the final round of the half. Lancer is making it a real fight as the first half closes out. Havoc takes a 7-5 lead into the break. Well, the higher seed is keeping a steady grip on this game. Lancer is putting up a decent fight, but he's still trailing the favorite. Let's see who finds a rhythm now. Havoc pushes ahead again, now leading 8-5. He's certainly taking advantage of that ranking gap. What a scramble, he just barely clings to the win from that ramp position. Lancer has a tough mountain to climb from here. Havoc pulls further away, now sitting comfortably at 9-6. That was a lightning fast trade to get back in the game. Havoc just couldn't let Lancer hold that ramp for long. He's starting to really put some distance between them. He's really leaning into that 23-12 form from today. Havoc is firmly in the driver's seat at 10-7. Lancer manages to scrap out another round here. Lancer is fighting a tough battle here, but Havoc's lead is looking very secure at this point. Lancer is refusing to let this game slip away, hanging in there despite the odds. He's showing some grit despite that tough loss to Ignis earlier. Unbelievable. He walks away from that slugfest with just a sliver of health left. Pure chaos in that exchange, yet he still comes out on top. Game over. He closes it out with one final spray to secure the victory. Just another day at the office for the top seed. Lancer put up a great fight, but he simply couldn't close the gap. What a start! Both players were shredded in that exchange, but Ignis just barely clutched it out. Havoc is actually the heavy historical favorite here, leading their head-to-head with 887 wins. So this early deficit is definitely an unexpected turn for a player with such an impressive win rate lately. He'll need to find a way to snap this cold start quickly. He answers back immediately, showing some real grit to get his first point on the board. Absolute chaos in that exchange, but Havoc survives by a hair to keep this comeback rolling. The slight favorite is finally putting on a Ignis holds a 2-round lead as we head back. He really showed a dominant side in his recent matches today. He's refusing to let the gap widen, wiping the floor with that exchange to keep the score close. He's putting on a clinic here, evening the score with a completely one-sided trade. The momentum has completely shifted back into his favor. Incredible Ignis, nearly went down, but he clawed through the damage to secure that victory. A tough spot to be in for the higher rated player. Havoc has really been tearing through the competition today with a 24-12 record over the last day. Seeing him drop a third consecutive round is a massive departure from how he's been performing in his other series. It's a strange contrast between his overall form and this specific matchup. We're sitting at 6-6 for the half. Honestly, the underdog is fighting way harder than expected here. He's holding his own against a much higher ranked opponent, making this a total toss-up heading into the second half. Time to see who blinks first. He's practically untouchable right now, taking that round without losing a single point of health. He's starting to look like the better player on the server. Deadlock at 7-all. We're officially in a stalemate. A really surprising turn of events for the lower rated player. Ignis just shuts him down on the ramp to move a step closer to the finish line. Looking at the head-to-head, that's a massive shift from the historical trend. He's completely taking control now, scoring another clean point to extend the lead. Showing some serious grit, quickly evening things up to put pressure on the lead. Quick reflexes on that play to keep this series alive. Ignis keeps the edge with a 10-8 lead. It's a complete flip from the result they just saw on Dunes. Havoc is staying composed, digging in to trim the lead down to a single game. He's playing for pride now after that rough start. Ignis is simply refusing to let this slip away, keeping the pressure high in this back and forth. That's a picture-perfect headshot to put some serious pressure on Ignis. The gaps are closing between these. Unbelievable, he nearly collapsed under that pressure, but Ignis managed to survive by a tiny margin to reach match point. A heart-stopping finish to that exchange. A fierce battle of attrition, but he digs deep to keep his hopes alive. That's a great way to settle his nerves. What a war! Havoc hangs on by a thread to force this game into overtime. Absolute nerves of steel to force an extra block like that. He's completely in control of this overtime stretch, taking another round without taking any damage. He's looking like the total powerhouse we expected from the start. What a read! He manages to neutralize the threat and bring us back to a deadlock. We're looking at a complete reset as both players find their footing. He keeps this resurgence going, taking the lead and putting a huge amount of pressure on his opponent. What a fight. Havoc manages to outlast him and surges back into a 2-round advantage. His high ladder placement is finally showing in these high pressure moments. Absolutely stunning. He caps off an incredible run to close out the entire match. He just couldn't let the momentum slide for long and finally closes the door on this crazy series. Ignis fought like a lion in overtime, but he just ran out of steam. What a battle. Ignis has dominated this rivalry in the long run with a 57% win rate. He's obviously the preferred side here, but he's been struggling to close out maps lately. It'll be interesting to see if those historical numbers translate into a lead today. Lancers holding the momentum with a tight 2-1 lead. That was an incredibly swift exchange to take control. Lancer is really putting the pressure on here, cleaning up the window from the ramp. Lancer looks a lot more confident than he did in that last loss to Havoc. He's just unstoppable right now, picking up another victory to extend the gap. A rough start for the favorite, who's been struggling in his last few matches. Unreal. He barely walks away from that, managing to clear the ramp while clinging to a tiny sliver of health. He's making it look easy despite the rating gap. Simply frightening. He's outplaying him in every single engagement right now. Ignis answers back with a crisp headshot to get on the board. That's a better look than those first 7 rounds. Ignis is starting to chip away at that lead, putting on a clinic from the window. Things are looking exactly like their previous clash on Mapas. Ignis has been in a rough patch with only a 20% win rate in his last 10 outings. It explains why he's struggling to find some stability despite his skill level. He'll need to tighten up if he wants to reverse this trend. Lancer is taking a 7-5 lead into the break. Honestly, this is a surprise given the gap in their rankings. The underdog is playing above his head today and looking like he can actually pull this off. Let's see how he reacts now. Lancer keeps his grip on the lead, sitting at 8-5. Both of these guys have really struggled against Havoc today. Lancer's just cruising now with a commanding 9-5 lead. Lancer is definitely making up for that loss on Mappas. Lancer secures the kill from the ramp to keep this streak alive. He is really capitalizing on the momentum shift. A quick response here to keep the fight going. Lancer's been struggling all day, going 12-24 across his matches. Lancer is comfortably ahead at 10-7. He's clearly the more experienced player in this head-to-head. That was an instant kill. Lancer is just purely reacting faster than anyone else on the server right now. Ignis handles the engagement from the ramp and he's starting to close this gap. Lancer's been dropping a lot of games today. Lancer just needs one more round to seal the deal after that clean win. Lancer is truly proving that those initial rankings were deceiving today. Absolute chaos in that exchange, but he barely claws through to secure the series victory! He really snapped out of that losing skid with a huge performance today, a great way to flip the script on their long-term rivalry. Havok currently holds a massive head-to-head advantage with a 71% win rate against Lancer over their history. It makes sense why he's feeling so confident right now, especially since he just took another set from Lancer earlier today. I wonder if Lancer can find any answer to that dominance. He's just untouchable right now, putting 3 straight on the board. The gap on the ladder is definitely showing early on. Wow, that was a total scramble, but he comes out on top despite taking huge damage. He's been playing a brilliant brand of CS today. Incredible. He barely scrapes by that exchange with a tiny bit of health left. Lancer is trying to flip the script after those losses earlier today. Another effortless take for the underdog, who is starting to close this gap. Lancer is suddenly looking very dangerous right now. Havok has really been on a tear lately with 25 wins today. That high level of consistency is why he looks so comfortable in these exchanges. It will be tough for Lancer to climb back if Havok stays this sharp. We'll be right back with more action from Dunes once we get this sorted out. And we are back live on Dunes with Havok leading 6-2 as the action resumes. Lancer pulls one back to make it 6-3. He's definitely fighting a tough uphill battle against the 9th ranked player. Lancer is showing some real grit, taking another round without letting his opponent land a single shot. The momentum is shifting fast for the underdog. Havok just keeps the pressure on, quickly picking Lancer off the box. Lancer has struggled a bit more today with that 13-23 record. Havok goes into the break leading 8-4. This looks exactly like the script we expected for the favorite. He really controlled the pace through that 4-round run, leaving Lancer with too much ground to make up. Time to see a response. Havok extends his lead to 9-4 after that masterclass. He is in frightening form right now, coming off a streak of 5 straight. Lancer answers back to bring the tally to 9-5. He's certainly playing like he has nothing to lose. Lancer is really starting to chip away at that cushion now. It's a completely different feel compared to those early rounds. He just keeps steamrolling through these rounds, erasing Havok's lead with a totally clean shot. He is quickly turning this into a nail-biter. Lancer is simply refusing to go away, picking up another one to keep the surge going. The pressure is mounting for the higher-ranked man to put an end to this. Unbelievable, he's completely wiped the slate clean, bringing this set back to a dead-even split. Havok manages to dig out of that exchange to reclaim a slim lead. He seems a bit more composed now after a tough stretch. Lancer is absolutely refusing to back down, securing that fight from the box to lock things up at 10 apiece. It's becoming a total game of trades, with neither player able to string together a significant run. He's certainly making the most of that high tier ranking today. Absolute composure from the underdog, keeping his cool to level things up at 11-11. Neither player is blinking right now as we head into the final stretch. What a scramble. He barely hangs on with 9 HP and is now just 1 round away from the win. Absolutely wild to see him surviving that on a sliver of health. And just like that, Havoc snaps him off the box to force this into overtime. Havoc is really tightening his grip on this match, moving just 1 step closer to the win. He has looked overwhelmingly strong in their most recent meetings. He's simply on a different level right now, extending his grip with another victory. He's completely in control, shredding through that defense to put himself on the brink of victory. Game over. He secures the final kill to close out the series. He really had to fight for this one in overtime, but it's just another win in the books against his rival. What a fight. Havoc really owns this pairing, winning a high percentage of their 1000+ lifetime clashes. It's an edge he's clearly leaning into right now. We'll see if Ignis can break that mental hold early on. Havoc is cruising with a 2-1 lead here. He really needs to shake off those recent losses. Havoc is really putting the pressure on here, securing a commanding start to this series. Unreal. Both of them were practically shredded, but he somehow comes out on top of that brawl. That 9 ranking is starting to look very justified. Total control from the favorite, keeping his momentum strong with another effortless win. Just pure reflex on the draw, and that's a 4th straight round for the leader. Ignis finally finds an answer, trading a few shots before securing the kill. Ignis has an 80% failure rate in his last 10 outings. So this current surge is a real departure from his recent trend. It's a bold shift in momentum that gives him some needed confidence. We'll see if he can keep this pace against a high-rated opponent. Havoc quickly shuts that down, extending his lead just before the swap. That was quick. He really just snatched the momentum back. Havoc is walking away with an 8-4 lead, right? The higher rated player is just doing exactly what we expected. He's in total control heading into the switch. Time for a total reset. Ignis is trailing, but he's still fighting at 5. That's a solid response from the lower rated player. Havoc is firmly in the driver's seat at 9-5. The pressure is mounting for a player who's struggled today. Ignis is really starting to put up a fight, keeping this series a lot closer than the odds suggested. A completely untouched kill as Ignis continues this charge to close the gap. He is really starting to look dangerous on this side of the map. Absolutely stunning. He just deleted Havoc with a single bullet to keep this streak alive. He's completely locked in now, leveling the score with a staggering 4-round run. He's just relentless. Ignis survives that brutal exchange to take a 1-round lead. Havoc secures a fast response to bring the series back to a dead heat. A blistering start to the round as Ignis secures another effortless win. Things are getting incredibly tight, and the reactions are simply lightning fast at this point. He barely survives that chaotic scrap to put himself just 1 round away from victory. Pure guts to claw back through that exchange. What a finish. Havoc closes the door on this series and claims a huge victory. Ignis looked like he was going to pull off a miracle there, but he just couldn't find the final gear. He really pushed him to the limit. What a fight. Ignis comes out swinging right away, catching Lancer out of position on the ramp. Ignis has historically owned this matchup with a 57% win rate, and honestly, he's definitely the stronger player on paper today. Lancer is proving he can bridge that gap though, especially after winning their most recent clash. Ignis keeps the lead, sitting comfortably at 2-1. He's currently fighting through a rough patch after 3 straight losses. Lancer fights back to knot this up at 2-all. Lancer has definitely found some confidence since that last encounter. Lancer's just relentless right now, really squeezing the life out of this early set. Lancer is really making his presence felt after those tough losses to Heaven. Lancer is simply on fire right now, picking up another victory to firmly take control. Ignis puts a quick stop to that momentum, pulling within 1. A lightning fast trade that swings the energy back. A real battle for ground there. Both players fought for the same space on the ramp, but Lancer comes out on top. His confidence should be high after that 13-8 victory in their last meeting. What a scramble. Lancer barely survives that exchange to extend his lead to 6. He's really digging in his heels for this one. Lancer is simply refusing to let up, extending his lead to 7. The underdog is definitely making a case for himself here. Ignis finds a clean way to close out the opening set. A needed result for him after dropping 3 in a row lately. Lancer holds a strong 8-4 lead heading into the break. Well, this is a complete reversal of the pre-match script. Ignis is looking very shaky here, while the underdog is firmly in the driver's seat. Time to see if the lead holds. Lancer is just too quick, effortlessly picking Ignis right off the ramp to keep the pressure high. The gap between these two on the ladder is barely anything. Ignis manages to shut down Lancer's push from the ramp, keeping himself in the fight. A modest cushion for the lead for now. Lancer is making it look easy from that ramp, really putting the pressure on Ignis right now. He's really fighting his way out of that recent slump. Lancer is just untouchable from the ramp right now and is practically wrapping this up. Lancer is firmly in command here, but Ignis is refusing to go quietly. He's certainly fought tougher battles in his other matches today. Lancer is just an inch away from victory after that exchange. Absolute laser precision there to put himself in a dominant spot. He manages to drag himself back into the game by picking Lancer off the ramp. The higher seed is finally starting to show some resolve. What a finish! Lancer secures the final round and a map victory. He's really putting together a strong run of form today, completely shutting down the favorite. Havoc claims the early lead after that quick read from the Tetris. Absolute chaos here. Lancer survives by the skin of his teeth to tie things up. He's putting up a fight against one of the league's top 10. Havoc has historically been the dominant force in this rivalry, taking over 70% of their head-to-head games. It's certainly making this early deficit much more surprising given how often he usually gets the upper hand. We'll see if the pressure starts to get to Lancer as the series goes on. Lancer keeps his nose ahead with a slim 3-2 lead. The underdog is really holding his own early on. We've got a dead heat on our hands and neither of these two is giving an inch. Coming into this, he's been absolutely scorched by his opponent lately. Havoc just reclaimed a narrow one-round advantage. He's really on a tear today with that 26-9 record. He's simply too quick right now, taking full control of the map. Lancer is really feeling the weight of that rating difference right now. He's completely shut down Lancer's momentum, claiming another one to go 4 straight. The rank 28 player is really struggling to find an answer. A completely untouched finish as he continues this frightening surge to a 7-3 advantage. He just won't stop, closing out the first half with another impressive sequence. A huge cushion for the favorite to take into the break. Havoc takes a commanding 9-3 lead into the break. Well, we expected the favorite to put on a show, and that 7-round run really drove the point home. Lancer has a steep hill to climb now. Let's see if Lancer can shake this off. Lancer manages to outplay him from below, cutting off Havoc's vision on that Tetris platform. A solid answer to get back in the game. Havoc has already put on a clinic with a 26-9 run over the last day. It's clearly showing in his current confidence, while Lancer is struggling to find any stability in this series. He just needs a few more quick wins to close this out. Lancer is really fighting a losing battle here as Havoc looks primed to wrap this up quickly. He's really putting the higher rating to use tonight. He shuts the door on that mini run by securing another win from the Tetris. It's just a different level of consistency from the top-ranked seed. What a finish! He cruises to victory with a perfect final round to close the series. He's just completely on another level today. He's barely broken a sweat in his matches so far. Ignis uses that ramp to get a great opening pick, putting Havoc on the defensive right away. Havoc reads the angle perfectly and shuts down that attempt to hold the ramp. His recent form has been absolutely stellar with that huge win streak. Havoc has managed a 90% win rate over his last 10 matches. It's clear he's entered the server with immense confidence, making this early lead for Ignis a real surprise. I wonder if the momentum is shifting toward the lower rated player here. Havoc shuts down that play on the ramp, really putting the pressure on Ignis now. The top 8 seed is proving exactly why he's favored. He's absolutely crushing this opening stretch, picking up another flawless round. The head-to-head history definitely leans in the favorite's direction here. He's just too fast right now, extending that streak to 4 straight wins. His 27-9 record across the last day speaks to how sharp he is. A complete erasure as he catches Ignis right off the ramp to secure his 5th straight win. The onslaught continues as he keeps the pressure high, moving further ahead in the score. He's simply looking untouchable after that strong showing against Lancer earlier. Ignis manages to pick him off the toolbox to secure another round. His early struggle makes sense after taking a loss to Havoc on Italy. Havoc is just too quick on the ramp and he's firmly in the driver's seat now. The gap between these two on the ladder is starting to feel quite wide. Havoc takes a comfortable 9-3 lead heading into the break. He's just completely playing to his seed right now. Ignis is struggling to find any answers against that 6-round tier. Let's see if Ignis can adjust. That was a pure battle for the high ground, and Havoc manages to come out on top again. A tough spot for Ignis, who's really struggling to keep his head up. Ignis have struggled recently with a 20% win rate over his last 10 matches, but we're seeing him put up a fight here despite the historical disadvantage. It will be interesting to see if he can actually turn this into a real comeback. A patient exchange here, but he secures the kill to maintain that heater. He's really starting to carve out a path back into this match. He's on fire now, cleaning up the fight on the ramp to keep this momentum going. A total reversal of fortune as he now holds all the momentum. He manages to close out another duel to stay in control here. He's really asserting his dominance over the lower rated opponent tonight. Ignis is starting to close the gap here, catching Havoc right as he stepped up onto that box. He's simply refusing to quit, securing another clean win to keep this rally alive. The gap is officially down to just 2 rounds. He puts a stop to that comeback attempt, moving himself just a single round away from victory. The skill gap is just too apparent at this stage. He refuses to go down quietly, clawing his way back into this game. That's definitely a different energy than we saw in the first half. Unbelievable. He shuts the door on this series with a perfect final exchange. Ignis really pushed him to the limit there, proving he could hang with the best today. He'll be gutted to let that one slip. What a fight. Ignis generally holds the edge in this rivalry with a 57% win rate over Lancer. It's an interesting dynamic because Lancer actually came out on top in their most recent encounter. It will be a battle for control as the match develops. That's a perfect start for Ignis, outclassing his opponent to open things up with a 3-round lead. A quick response here as Lancer secures a clean round to keep things competitive. Ignis is just cruising along with a commanding 4-1 lead. He's fighting to put that recent poor form behind him. Lancer is really struggling to bridge this 5-1 gap. He looks much more confident than he did against Havoc. Unbelievable, he barely manages to survive that exchange to extend his lead. He's clearly shaking off the rust from that tough run of games. What a fight! Lancer barely edges that one out, clinging to life with just 8 hit points. It's a tight matchup between two players sitting right next to each other on the ladder. Ignis is really capitalizing on the momentum today, especially considering he's navigated a rough patch with 15 wins and 21 losses in the last day. He's finally playing like the aggressor in this series. It's a complete shift in energy from his other recent games. Absolutely wild. He manages to scrape through that brawl with almost nothing left. He's showing some incredible composure in these close encounters. Ignis holds a 7-5 lead heading into the break. I mean, the top seed is controlling the pace just like we expected. Lancer had a strong run of his own, but Ignis is simply staying more consistent. Fresh start for both players now. What an absolute brawl. He survives by a threat to keep this fight alive. Lancer is just refusing to back down in these close calls. Lancer completely erases the deficit, bringing us dead even at 7-7. Complete reset now, everything is back on the line. Ignis uses that high ground to reclaim a 1-round advantage. The higher seed is managing to stay poised under pressure. Ignis pulls ahead once more now, leading 9-7. Both players are practically deadlocked on the ladder. What a chaotic slugfest. He manages to outlast the pressure and extends his lead to 10-7. Lancer really needs to find a way back into this one. Lancer is showing some real grit, shutting him down from the box to close the gap. His overall form today has been a real struggle. Lancer continues his surge, proving he can hang with the leader even at this late stage. The gap is almost gone now. That was an incredibly fast exchange. Ignis just shut the door on that little run by Lancer. He just shuts everything down to reach match point. Total lockdown on this end of the match. It's been a grueling set for him to get through. Lancer survives a brutal exchange to stay alive in this series. Absolute nail-biter of an exchange there. What a finish! He closes it out with total precision to secure the victory. Lancer really pushed him to the limit today, keeping his composure through so many of those low health scraps. He just couldn't close the gap in the end. What a fight. Havoc is currently on a huge high with a 9-win streak in his last 10 matches. He's clearly the one in the driver's seat right now. It's not surprising given how dominant he's looked in his recent outings today. We'll see if Lancer can find any answer to this momentum. Havoc pushes his lead to 2-1 as Lancer struggles. He's definitely looking to flip the script from their previous clash. Havoc holds the high ground on the ramp and takes the lead once again. The skill gap is showing, matching those head-to-head numbers we've seen. Lancer is clinging on, trailing by just 1 round. The lower seed is definitely putting up a fight here. And just like that, Lancer ties it up at 3-all. This feels like a complete reset from that 13-5 beatdown earlier today. Havoc puts himself back in charge from the ramp, reclaiming that 1-round cushion. The gap between these two on the ladder is starting to matter. Havoc has been completely dominant in the long run, holding a massive 635-261 lead over Lancer in their head-to-head. So yeah, it's becoming a very familiar pattern for both of them. The real question is if Lancer can actually break that cycle today. He's completely taken over the server, marking 4 straight for a commanding lead. Absolutely effortless. He's now looking at 5 straight as the first half winds down. Havoc heads into the break with a 9-3 lead. I mean, it's exactly what we expected to see. Lancer is just getting outclassed right now by the top seed. Lancer needs to find a spark. Havoc is simply cruising now, stretching it to 10-3. The 28-7 run he's on today is reflecting perfectly here. Lancer is just getting out-dueled here. He can't seem to get a clean shot off against Havoc. The 8th ranked player is putting on a clinic. He secures the kill from the ramp, putting himself just 1 round away from the win. A completely different story than the close games we saw today. Game over. He finishes the match with 1 last lightning fast flick to seal the deal. Just a total blowout from start to finish. Lancer had no answers for those insane reflexes to Havoc is coming in with an unbelievable 10-win streak recently. He's comfortably the favorite on paper, but he's already dropped the first exchange to Ignis. It will be interesting to see if the higher rated player can recover from this slow start. Ignis is absolutely surging ahead with a 2-1 lead. Ignis is really putting the pressure on early, completely flipping the script on their usual history together. Havoc is struggling as Ignis pulls way ahead for 1. A surprising turn of events considering the head-to-head records. Just a total lockdown from him, extending the gap and completely taking over the map. Hard to believe the number 7 seed is this shaken up. A fast response here, getting a clean touch to stay in the fight. He's looking a lot more like that top quartile seed now. That's a total shutout, and now we're seeing a real spark of resilience from him. The momentum shift is starting to look real. Emotion mid Ignis is holding a surprising lead despite having a 20% win rate in his last 10 matches. I mean, he's completely defied his recent form to put Havoc on the defensive. If he can keep this pace, we might be looking at a serious upset Emotion mid. Ignis is just dominant, pushing the lead to 7-4. That was an incredibly fast exchange to seal it. Ignis goes into the break with a strong 8-4 lead. Well, Havoc was expected to walk all over this, but he's just not finding any answers. We're seeing a huge shift from that historical head-to-head advantage. Time to see a new side. Havoc claws 1 back, trailing 8-5. He is certainly making the most of that hot 29-7 run today. He's putting up a serious fight now, putting together a second straight win to narrow the gap. He's finally starting to flex that rank advantage. Ignis still holds a commanding 3-round cushion at 9-6. A lightning fast reset to keep this lead secure. Ignis extends his grasp on the lead to 10-6. He's really outperforming that lower seed ranking right now. Havoc is refusing to let this match slide, trading rounds to keep himself within striking distance. Ignis is putting on a real show here, barely giving Havoc any room to breathe. A total flip from that 13-10 loss they had just now. He's back in control and puts himself in a position to end this right now. The pressure is really getting to the favorite today. Huge reflex play there to stop the bleeding and keep his hopes alive. Still a steep mountain to climb for the favorite. What a finish! He just completely closes the door and secures the victory. Emotion High is officially shaken off that slump, showing us exactly why he's such a threat on Italy. Emotion High. Ignis has a long-term hold over this pairing with a 57% head-to-head win rate. He's already coming into this with a fresh victory against Lancer in their last meeting. It will be interesting to see if that confidence creates a gap today. Ignis is firmly in the driver's seat at 2-1. A quick response from Lancer to get back in this. Ignis really used that height advantage on the ramp to secure a comfortable lead. Lancer's been having a tough run across his last 3 games. What an intense exchange. He nearly goes down but managed to scrape through that firefight with a tiny sliver of health. Lancer is really starting to pile up the pressure here, completely erasing that early deficit. Lancer really needed this after that rough start to his day. Ignis is back in control, using that elevated spot to shut things down quickly. Lancer's been struggling to find a win all day. Lancer is really making this a toss-up as he manages to outplay Ignis from that Tetris spot. Both of these guys have struggled today with losing records on the day. Lancer pulls ahead by 1 in a tight nail-biter. He's really fighting through a brutal stretch of losses today. Lancer clears the box to keep the momentum swinging, marking another victory in this run. The rating gap between them is practically non-existent. Lancer is simply on fire right now, popping Ignis right off the Tetris to keep this run going. Lancer is taking a surprising 8-4 lead into the break. I mean, Ignis was the expected winner here, but he's looking completely lost after that 5-round slide. We could be looking at a massive shock. Time for Ignis to wake up. What a fight. He claws back around in a desperate scramble, barely surviving that exchange. Lancer has really been struggling to find a win throughout the day. Unbelievable he manages to survive that absolute war from the box to keep the rally going. Pure chaos in these last 2 engagements. Ignis is really turning the tide now, taking another clean fight from the ramp to extend his lead to 3 straight. He's really finding a way to punish the gaps. Lancer answers back immediately, surviving a heavy trade to regain a 2-round advantage. Absolute carnage there. He nearly collapsed under the fire, but managed to dig deep and secure a vital win. That's a huge momentum shift for the favorite. He just wipes Lancer right off that boost, tying the set at 9-9. Looking a lot more like the favorite now. Lancer barely edges ahead, holding a slim 10-9 lead. Lancer is desperately fighting to avoid another long losing day. Lancer is really starting to build a wall here, just 2 rounds away from closing this out. It's been a grueling day for the second highest seed in this duel. The pressure is mounting as Ignis refuses to back down, keeping his hopes alive in this comeback attempt. He's completely erased the gap now, securing a flawless victory to level things up. A lightning fast finish to bring this whole thing level. Lancer finds his target on the ramp, and he is now just 1 step away from victory. Lancer is proving to be a much tougher opponent than expected. Unbelievable, he's completely neutralized the deficit to force us into overtime. What a time to hit the reset button on this series. pace has been blistering lately, with these two just trading lightning-fast exchanges. Lancer manages to close out the regulation portion of this fight. Lancer is putting a huge amount of pressure on the board right now, continuing this hot streak. Really shaking off that rough streak we saw from him earlier today. Lancer finds an incredibly fast read to shut him down off the Tetris, moving one step closer to closing this out. Game over. Lancer shuts the door with a lightning-fast finish to take the series. He really fought his way back from the brink to finally get the upper hand in this one. What a fight. Havoc owns this rivalry with a 71% win rate in their history together, but is already coming off a tough loss against Ignis. He'll need to shake that off if he wants to avoid an upset today. Lancer just got him wide open on the ramp to pick up another round. Lancer is putting up a fight despite being the underdog today. We're deadlocked at 2 apiece as they head back out. The rating difference is stark, but the score says otherwise right now. Unreal, he barely walks away from that exchange on the planks, clawing back into the lead. Lancer is refusing to be intimidated, cleaning up the planks to take a slight lead. A huge contrast to that blowout we saw between them earlier today. Havoc regains a slim advantage, leading 4-3. He's certainly leaning on that overall dominance in their lifetime history. Havoc has a massive cushion in their all-time win rate over Lancer. It's a clear contrast to the struggle Lancer has put up in the last 24 hours. He's essentially fighting uphill against a player who seems to have his number. Total parity now. Lancer has forced a 5-all stalemate. His 12-24 record today had him looking like a long shot. Lancer maintains his edge from the ramp to grab another round, moving firmly into the driver's seat. We're sitting at a 6-6 deadlock moving into the break. Well, we expected Havoc to pull ahead early, but Lancer is staying very competitive. This is looking like a much closer battle than the rating suggested. Let's see who takes control now. Lancer holds a narrow edge at 7-6. He is really making the most of his recent momentum. Havoc answers right back to bring us back to 7 apiece. Havoc is really starting to separate himself here, putting together a nice little run to extend that lead. The top 10 ranking is starting to show its weight. Lancer manages to time that perfectly, catching Havoc right there on the box to keep the score level. Havoc edges ahead again, pushing it to 9-8. He's certainly playing his way back into the rhythm we saw during that 13-3 blowout. Unbelievable. He survives by a hair to secure the double-digit lead. His form has been incredibly sharp, netting 27 wins today. Lancer puts on a clinic from the ramp, shutting down those planks and tightening the gap to a single round. Havoc catches Lancer right there on the ramp to keep the pressure high. He's currently sitting atop the ladder as a top 10 threat. Lancer comes through with the read, punishing Havoc for playing it too aggressive from the window. Lancer is showing some serious grit today against the odds. What a scramble! He barely survives a brutal trade to push into match point. Absolute chaos for that final encounter. Absolute perfection. Havoc closes the door on this series with a total shutdown. Lancer really pushed him to the limit this time, almost shaking the favorite's confidence. He'll be gutted by that. What a fight. Havoc has the historical edge here, having won roughly 59% of their head-to-head encounters. It's quite a contrast to see him start slow when his recent form is so strong. I wonder if the pressure of being the favorite is getting to him early on. He is just untouchable right now, securing another fast win to move to 3-0. A completely clean exchange here, proving he hasn't completely lost his composure. We're seeing that class difference start to manifest now. Ignis is just dominating, cruising into a 4-1 lead. He's normally the more consistent force on the ladder. He's showing some grit now, taking a completely clean round to narrow that gap. He's certainly not letting this slide into a blowout. The battle on the ramp was decided almost instantly, and Ignis is really putting on the pressure now. Ignis has struggled throughout the day, putting up a 14-21 record over the last 24 hours. And honestly, that just makes this early lead a lot more surprising given how well he's playing. He's definitely defying the odds right now. Havoc uses that elevation perfectly to shut him down from the boxes. He's definitely playing better than that 28-8 run from today suggests. The momentum has completely shifted as he secures another round to close the gap. What a scramble! Ignis barely clings to life after that exchange to keep his lead heading into the break. That's a huge swing for the under-ranked man right now. Ignis takes a 7-5 lead into the break. I mean, it's a total shock to see the lower-rated player controlling the tempo like this. He's effectively shut down the favorite in these opening rounds. Time to see if Havoc can adjust. Good lord, they both almost went down. He barely scraped through that trade to keep the pressure mounting. That's a really narrow margin to stay in the lead. Havoc picks him right off the ramp, leveling the series at 7-7. This is starting to look more like the expected outcome. Ignis claws back ahead, reclaiming a slim one-round advantage. Havoc uses the ramp to secure another win, bringing this series back to a dead heat. Everything is essentially reset to 0 for these two. He edges out the exchange from the ramp, continuing his steady climb back into this series. The gap in their ratings is starting to show through. He finds another effortless shot from the ramp, really starting to tear through this series. Ignis puts on a strong show from the ramp to halt that slide. Exactly what happened in their last head-to-head meeting. And we're back at a total deadlock at 10 apiece. He's really taking control of the map as the underdog. That was a chaotic trade of shots, but he manages to outlast the opponent to take a narrow lead. Another nail-biter as both players keep their health in the danger zone. These two are absolutely glued together. It's a complete toss-up who takes this home. Ignis just needs one more round to seal the deal after an effortless shot that picked Havoc off the... The pressure is mounting for the higher-ranked man in this series. Unbelievable, he survives a brutal fight to secure the map victory. He can't believe he actually pulled this off. To walk away with a win against someone as hot as Havoc right now is just incredible. What a fight.